never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. They're both expected to offer fulsome support for Vice President Kamala Harris's bid to beat Donald Trump in the race for the presidency this November. FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks is at the convention site.
The second day of this Democratic Party convention will see delegates pivot away from President Joe Biden, on whom they poured praise yesterday, and towards Kamala Harris and her running mate Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Delegates are in an ebullient mood, convinced that with new leadership, Democrats can win in November.
I'm feeling great. We're motivated. We're optimistic about our ticket. We're joyful. We finally have great positive energy.
I'm very excited about it because I think Kamala has a much better chance of winning this election now than Joe Biden did.
The Obamas, plural, are sure to receive a hero's welcome tonight. Former First Lady Michelle Obama several months ago said she was terrified that Joe Biden would lose in the battle against Donald Trump. Tonight, she and her husband will line up foursquare behind Harris after tacitly playing a role in the party uprising last month that led Biden to abandon his re-election quest.
The Israeli military has confirmed that it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas. They were recovered during an overnight operation and found in an underground tunnel route in the Gaza Strip. US security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. The FBI, National Intelligence Office and Cybersecurity Agency also say that Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign. FSN's Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties.
The European Union is planning to place tariffs on 9% of Teslas brought into the bloc from China. Brussels launched an investigation into electric vehicles manufactured in China last year. Chinese brands such as BYD and Geely have also been targeted, with member states set to vote on final measures in the autumn. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten, and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be levelled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. The Israeli military has confirmed it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas, and US security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Well, I suppose it is that time once again. Without further ado, here we go. Go time as we roll into a brand new day. we looking at? All right, looks like a hump day. Yep, already. It's that time again, midweek. As we turn the page on the calendar, 21st day of August. Welcome. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another downright cool night outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. 56 at this hour with clear skies. But as the case has been the last several nights, the moon is shining bright. Got a little added bonus tonight. It's rather faint. But if you see that star just, well, from my perspective, just to the north and east, just above the moon, that is Saturn. Get Saturn and the moon together tonight. So there you go. Take a gander if you've got the clear skies. Not a whole lot to slow you down out there tonight as far as travelers' weather is concerned. Just a few light showers in parts of New York tonight, mostly in upstate New York, on up into eastern Ontario and portions of Quebec, Canada. From the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, things are high and dry. We do have some spotty shower activity. Central and northern portions of Iowa tonight. Monsoon season continues out west. Spotty showers out in the Four Corners region. Not seeing anything reaching severe levels. There are a few stronger storms north central Montana and a cluster of showers in eastern Montana. That'll be rolling into western North Dakota through the overnight early morning hours. But again, most of them not reaching severe levels. The one thing we are noticing is just how distinctively cool the temperatures have got in much of the eastern USA. Looks like tonight and maybe even Wednesday night will be some of the coolest nights of the week. Temperatures bottoming out at levels more typical of early October around midweek, especially for those in the Northeast. So hang in there because a warming trend will begin, and we may end with a bit of a summer heat surge in some areas come next week, according to AccuWeather. The big storm largely responsible for the refreshing but unseasonably cool conditions and low humidity from the Great Lakes to the coast of the Northeast, even into much of the interior of the southeastern USA. Temperatures as much as 20 degrees lower than we would normally be this time of year. Some of the cooler spots. As we head into midweek here, highs will range from the lower 60s over the northern tier and into the higher elevations of the central Appalachians. You'll warm close to maybe 80 around the Chesapeake Bay, where the air is chilliest at the jet stream level. Showers may dampen central and eastern New England. Maybe the chilliest night of this cool air outbreak will be, there it is, Wednesday night with widespread low temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Temperatures bottoming out in the lower 60s near the Chesapeake Bay. Then things gradually begin to ratchet up through the end of the week and on through the weekend. And the humidity levels, they'll be returning, but at a very slow pace. By the weekend, temperatures should be back close to average for this time of year. Near 80 degrees over the northern tier, the middle to upper 80s around the Chesapeake Bay. A multiple-day stretch, though, of rain-free weather is in store that'll last through much of that region once New England finally dries out here after midweek. Despite the drier pattern, the setup will become more conductive for late-night, early-morning fog, especially in the valleys. And this weekend, as the nighttime winds will be very light, the skies will be clear, and that gradual uptick in moisture begins to occur. Over the weekend, humidity levels will probably be back up to typical late August levels, but not to the magnitude we saw back in midsummer. Further to the west, the heat continues to build and expand northward over the Great Plains this weekend into early next week. At some point around the middle days of next week, some of that heat with high humidities will actually spike in the Northeast Areas most likely to have highs in the 90s for a couple of days will be from southern Pennsylvania and New Jersey, southward through Virginia and West Virginia. Yeah, there may be a little more resistance to the big heat surging back into New England, as well as upstate New York. Looks like highs in the 80s will be more common there. That heat surge will tend to occur ahead of another strong push of cool air that will invade the Midwest by the middle of next week. Yeah, with eyes on the Northeast toward the latter portions of next week. So it's a rather quick warm-up. We're kind of like riding the roller coaster up and down. So indeed, yes, temperature roller coaster is in store for the Northeast, with the bottom of the hill being the middle of this week, the top of the big hill for the middle of next week. Not a bad night for moving freight around the country. Yeah, meanwhile, there's going to be a big-time break, much like the East is dealing with this week. The western tier of the country, a big break from the summer heat is coming your way later this week, and it's going to feel like fall. Some folks will be reaching for the long sleeves and the jackets. Yeah, that chill following a storm that brought some cool air, clouds, showers, and thunderstorms to parts of the Northwest this past weekend. It will be a more notable dip in the jet stream that'll barrel into Washington, Oregon, Northern California late this week, then into the upcoming weekend. Yeah, that's going to be bringing some unseasonably cool conditions from Thursday to Saturday to much of California, Oregon, Nevada, parts of Idaho, Utah, and Washington. Yeah, temperatures are going to be more on par with, again, October. A good 10 to 20 degrees below where the average would be for this time of year. Las Vegas is forecast to have your first sub-100-degree high since back in mid-June, a cool-off for the many areas out west. At the same time, we are looking at the potential for some windy conditions, red flag warnings, and fire danger advisories from Northern California through a good portion of Nevada. About the western half of Utah, we see red flag warnings extending through much of Wyoming as well. And we'll give you more on those windy conditions coming up here. But first things first, Philly Dan joins us from the city of brotherly love, and he confirms it's nice and cool outside. Happy hump day. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Stacy, good morning, all 76 clouds here in north central Kansas tonight. Happy hump day, safe travels. There you go. Jeffrey checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, ready for another amazing show from the state of Florida. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe at 65 degrees in Sugar Tees, New York tonight. Round number 2 to Schenectady. There's Norman also checking in from north central Kansas with clear skies, waiting for the big moon. The tipper's loaded. Another round headed to Wichita with another load of scrap. Everybody have a good morning out there. Rick is ready for tonight's show. Double trucker, 51 degrees in Lodi. Close the refrigerator. Waiting for my next set to swap out, head back to western New York, and finish round number 3. James says, you know it's bad when Kamala and Walz skip their convention, as they did today, to campaign in another state. Kamala's big night is coming up Thursday night. I didn't get to tune in. Pappy made it sound as though Barack and Michelle really riled up the crowd this past evening. All right, let's see. Good morning, overnight family. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. The winds were horrible Monday in Manatee, Michigan. I tried to go salmon fishing, but it was too windy to get out. Hello to Captain Ron. Good to have you on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy, the midnight hour. What day is it? It's not official till Horse Feathers calls in to make it so. Meanwhile, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stick Shed Eliminator Power Mic is on. 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Michelle and Barack Obama gave great speeches. Michelle nailed it, looking at it from the Democrat perspective. It was a good night for the DNC. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to dial it up. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, kick back and relax. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right, I don't think he's saying any of that facetiously either, so, I-77 northbound. Hello, Shorty. Mount Airy, North Carolina, 63 degrees. We are Columbus bound. All right, doctor report on the prostate biopsy was positive for cancer, but it's the kind you can just keep an eye on. No surgery, no radiation at this point. They call it the Gleason score, which he had a 6 out of 10. So I believe he said come back for a PSA test like every 3 months and a biopsy annually, at least at this point in time. So not the greatest of news, but it could have been a whole lot worse, right? He said, thanks to all for your prayers. Okay. Hello, Glenn. Good morning, everybody. Clear 81 near Ocala tonight. What day is it? We're settled in for a good show and a good drive. Everybody be safe out there. And there's Steve. Hello, Steve. 81 degrees towards Blacksburg, Virginia tonight. Getting another cup of Joe, we'll be hitting the road. Thank you, Steve, the Overnight Drive team, and all of the truckers out there on the highways. Good morning, my fellow insomniac friends. From Brett, another overnight shift has begun. 79 degrees in the Mile High City tonight. Hope everybody has a safe night at work or wherever you might be out there.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
course, as always, our number 844-844-3388. I did see Pappy had commented over the past hour as former President Barack Obama was headlining at the DNC night number 2. To which Obama says, everyone deserves a chance, and it's government's job to provide that chance. Yeah, sorry, Barack. It's not the government's job. Keep government out of our lives. Stop trying to control every aspect of our lives. And then, of course, women's reproductive rights is the word salad for abortion. You know, stopping the life of an unborn soul. Just say it, why don't you? You want the right to abort a baby. Word salad games that they like to play. Night number 2 of the DNC. All right, indeed. All right, you would think with all the commercial vehicle blitzes that occur throughout the year, it's like every time you turn around, another's about to get underway, which is the case here. You'd think we'd have the safest trucks in the world out there, but for whatever reason, every time a safety blitz rolls around, they find all kinds of shoddy equipment that has no business being on the road out there. And we are about to kick off in just a couple of days this year's Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance Brake Safety Week. They're gearing up for a week of all brakes. This year's Brake Safety Week is set for Sunday, August 25th through Saturday, August 31st. Obviously, Brake Safety Week, Commercial Motor Vehicle and Driver Inspection, Regulatory Compliance Enforcement Initiative, a brake safety awareness and outreach opportunity, and, of course, a brake-related inspection and violation data collection project. Certified inspectors will be conducting routine commercial motor vehicle inspections throughout next week, focusing on brake systems and brake components. Commercial vehicles found to have brake-related out-of-service violations will be removed from the roadways until said violations are corrected. For this year's Brake Safety Week, they tell us inspectors will be focusing on the condition of brake linings and pads. Brake lining and pad issues may result in vehicle violations and affect a motor carrier's safety rating. In addition, some jurisdictions have performance-based brake testers, PBBTs as they call them, that they'll be using during Brake Safety Week. A PBBT is a machine that assesses a vehicle's braking performance. If it's not up to snuff, you'll be off the road. Meanwhile, in other industry headlines, quickly we'll jump over. We talked here a few nights ago, late last week, about the per diem. It's been a while since we had talked about that in the industry, how the numbers have changed. And we also touched on the per diem not being usable by the company drivers anymore. The tax changes from back in 2017. The Tax Fairness for Workers Act. They're giving an update from OOIDA this past day. It was introduced in the House more than a year ago. But at this point, the bill does indeed continue to gain support. 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans have signed on over the summer to bring the total number of co-sponsors now to 191. This is H.R. 4963. They mention the members that have pledged to support the bill. For truck drivers, this would reinstate the ability for employee truck drivers to utilize a per diem tax deduction. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 eliminated that deduction for company drivers, while self-employed truckers can still claim per diem. The Tax Fairness for Workers Act would make it to where employee drivers also could utilize that credit. Representative Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania introduced the bill back in July of last year. It is, they say, a bipartisan effort aiming to ease the tax burden on workers by allowing them to deduct common employment expenses such as travel and uniform costs. The Senate version was introduced by Robert Casey. That one has 40 co-sponsors at this point in time. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, of course, representing small business truckers, says they support the Tax Fairness for Workers Act. The elimination of the per diem for company drivers has unfortunately increased the tax exposure for many hardworking Americans making their living behind the wheel. That was a quote from Todd Spencer in support of a previous version of the bill that had been put forth back in 2019. So it's been a number of years now. The years are flying by, 2017 to 2024. Now, I know maybe we can get into some of the discussion over the years, before that elimination for the employee drivers. Is it really a better thing to claim the per diem, or does it put you at some risks? We'll delve more into that coming up. First of all, it's 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former U.S. President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. They're both expected to offer fulsome support for Vice President Kamala Harris's bid to beat Donald Trump in the race for the presidency this November. FSN's U.S. correspondent Simon Marks is at the convention site.
The second day of this Democratic Party convention will see delegates pivot away from President Joe Biden, on whom they poured praise yesterday, and towards Kamala Harris and her running mate Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Delegates are in an ebullient mood, convinced that with new leadership, Democrats can win in November.
I'm feeling great. We're motivated. We're optimistic about our ticket. We're joyful. We finally have great positive energy.
I'm very excited about it because I think Kamala has a much better chance of winning this election now than Joe Biden did.
The Obamas, plural, are sure to receive a hero's welcome tonight. Former First Lady Michelle Obama several months ago said she was terrified that Joe Biden would lose in the battle against Donald Trump. Tonight, she and her husband will line up foursquare behind Harris after tacitly playing a role in the party uprising last month that led Biden to abandon his re-election quest.
The Israeli military has confirmed that it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas. They were recovered during an overnight operation and found in an underground tunnel route in the Gaza Strip. U.S. security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. The FBI, National Intelligence Office and Cybersecurity Agency also say that Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign. FSN's Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties.
The European Union is planning to place tariffs on 9% of Teslas brought into the bloc from China. Brussels launched an investigation into electric vehicles manufactured in China last year. Chinese brands such as BYD and Geely have also been targeted, with member states set to vote on final measures in the autumn. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Hello to Buckeye Boy here on a hump day. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 69 degrees. It's a cool night there in Georgia. Got a bunch of errands running to get ready for the trip to the left coast tomorrow. Also dropped Wildcat's car off to get the starter replaced. Went to the stepson's co-ed softball game. They got whooped on, and they got beat pretty bad. Although the team they played was very good. I've got to get up relatively early to do a local, then we'll load up for the Los Angeles area. Then it's on up to the San Fran area, possibly back to L.A., to get a load headed back to Georgia. So did I miss any more lives at the Socialist National Convention? I didn't listen to a minute of it. I'll listen into the podcast tomorrow, and then we'll be with you tomorrow for a while. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. I don't know that you missed anything there, Buckeye Boy. Yeah, lies, and more lies. All right, Robert says, good morning from Hamilton, Alabama tonight. There's Paul, light rain here on the I-90 in Mitchell, South Dakota, the I-90 corridor. There's Timothy from Rocky Mount, Virginia. Good morning from a cool 59-degree Rocky Mount. And Russell, good morning. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. Stoke up that fire. 55 degrees here in the Dayton, Ohio area. Yeah, the week that I've had, I wish we could just have a restart. All the things that have happened. Well, they say things happen in the threes. It has for me, and not good things. We'll just leave it at that, all right? So, all right, ready for another great show, Steve. Truckers, be careful, be safe out there, keep it between the ditches, and may God bless you safely to your destinations. Don't have a week like myself. Stay safe out there. Watch your surroundings. God bless y'all. And there's Paul chiming in. So thankful for all the great stuff we hear on your program. Now, hello to Cripshot. Good morning, Steve. Listeners and truck drivers. Cripshot is on board. And I mentioned the per diem thing. When I talked about it last week, I got an email the following day from one of our listening friends, Dave. And he was kind of reminding, and it had been so many years since we had talked about the potential that there are some negativities that could come with claiming a per diem. And he said, could you please remind drivers? He says, I know some drivers who had for years and years claimed the per diem, and now at retirement, they're eligible for so much less when it comes to retirement benefits, Social Security benefits. So I said, okay, I need to do a little refresher on that. Now, here in 2024, that's for the last, since 2017, per diem can still be claimed by the self-employed or the owner-operator. If you're a contractor, self-employed, owner-op, per diems, it's an incredible tax deduction that eligible truck drivers, they should take advantage of. That being said, it is absolutely critical for your finances and your peace of mind to understand the nature of per diem rates and how they will impact your take-home pay, which impacts your taxes. Now, per diem, the Latin term that can be roughly translated into for each day, which in this context refers to the daily allowance, i.e. non-taxable reimbursement that truckers receive to cover expenses like meals, incidental expenses, when they travel further than 50 miles away from home. The system simplifies the reimbursement process, especially those who regularly long haul throughout the continental U.S. and Canada. It does so by providing a fixed daily rate to eligible drivers instead of requiring the complete detailed expense tracking reports. It's important to note carriers are not obligated to offer per diem. However, many do, but with stipulations. It's important to note the per diem rates are subject to change every Internal Revenue Service calendar year, especially during times of massive political transitions. Now, for the 2024 per diem, travel within the continental United States was $69 per day. Travel outside the U.S., a.k.a. Canada, $74 per day. They go on into breaking down how you can actually, what the requirements are for being able to claim. Like anything else, there are benefits and drawbacks to per diem programs. The advantages, obviously, tax savings. It can significantly reduce your taxable income, potentially lowering overall tax liabilities. It would simplify your record keeping instead of having the burden of tracking every meal or incidental expense. You can rely on a set per diem rate. Consistent reimbursement. Per diem offers a predictable, steady way of reimbursement that makes budgeting a lot easier for many truck drivers. Flexible spending. You have the freedom to spend your per diem as you see fit. Flip side of the coin, there are disadvantages. Impacts on being able to obtain a loan and benefits. Having a lower reported salary can affect your eligibility to get whether it's a home loan, purchasing a new truck, mortgages and other financial benefits. There's some complexity in tax filing. Understanding and applying per diem rates correctly can be confusing and very frustrating when tax season rolls around. Depending on your company policy, of course. Now, if you're a company driver, keep in mind per diems can vary significantly, but that all changed a few years ago. Truck drivers who do per diem might not be eligible for certain itemized deductions that are related to travel expenses, since they're usually covered by the per diem. And the rates, they change. Well, normally on a yearly basis, I think they did not change in 2024. They were the same in 23. So you have to stay updated. But the deductions and payments have a wide-ranging effect on truckers' taxes, from the reduction in taxable income to increased refunds to impacts on future benefits. It's important to know that the Taxpayer Certainty and Disaster Relief Act once allowed a 100% deduction. It's now back to 80%, which is still a great tax relief, but something to be noted. With that in mind, it's recommended to consult with an experienced tax professional to ensure you're maximizing your benefits, but you follow the necessary legal requirements. Of course, the question, does every truck driver qualify? No, not all drivers automatically qualify. Generally, eligibility depends on the length of trips, your employment status, the policies of the company. For most over-the-road drivers who spend nights away from home, they're more likely to qualify, right? Owner-operators may have different eligibility criteria based on a number of factors. All right. Social Security comes into play as well. It's just things you might want to do a little research on because, yes, the impacts, and I remember lots of discussions about the impacts of I'm unable to get a home loan because it looks like, my salary is so much. No, I made a whole lot more than that, but, well, that doesn't matter to them. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's on Brother Rambler's mind this hump day?
Well, that's right, and praise God, glad to be on the air with you, Steve. I tried to get on last night, and I lost my signal and called back, but I couldn't get on, so I figured I'd call in immediately, see if I couldn't get through, Praise God, glad to be on with you. And I tell you what, as a former owner-operator, the best thing you can do is get a guy like Dean Michael, the tax relief doctor, to do your taxes. Get someone that knows about trucking. Do not get your average CPA because they're not going to know about trucking. You got to get someone that knows about truck and how how our operation works. Because, man, you go and you try and get yourself a home loan or a vehicle or whatever, and you find out, well, I know I grossed over $300,000, but I'm only showing me making, netting $50,000. Well, that's why you need a good tax guy. And also, my recommendation, Steve, pay your taxes quarterly. Pay them every quarter. Every 3 months, pay your taxes. And that helps you out in the long run. But, man, glad to be on the air with you, Steve, and everyone else out there. I want to name off a few names. You just named Russell Miller a while ago. We've been praying for Russell's mother-in-law, and I'm not going to say nothing. I'll let Russell make any kind of announcements going on with her. But we've been praying for her. She's been a loyal Christian. Her husband and her they were evangelists for 30 plus years. They both served the Lord Jesus Christ, went and preached and teached, and her husband passed away, I think back in 2017 or 2018, but I know she had been very, very sick and very, very down, and we have been praying for her. So, if y'all can say a prayer for Russell Miller and his wife. Also, Larry Johnson, I talked to him. He's going through some health issues. We need to be praying for him. Also, of course, we have been praying for Shorty Morris, and God bless Brother Shorty. And I hate to hear that news. Also, Miss Millie, she's got health issues. Miss Millie is our own Kentucky gal, and she's got some health issues. We've been praying for her. And of course, I heard you mention Country Bumpkin, J.R. Garten. That's the one I met up there in Michigan. He's been battling cancer for quite some time, so it's good to know that he's healthy enough to try and get out there salmon fishing. I just wish some of that cold weather would come down here. I'm going the roundabouts over here in Hammond, Louisiana, about where the Pilot de Petro is, trying to get down here to my first stop in Ponchatoula. And I tell you, I don't think we're going to have too many of our liberal callers calling in because they're probably still sitting on the couch after getting their jollies off of having the Obama males, Michael Obama and Barack Obama, speak at the DNC. So if they call in, I'm going to be shot. So we're going to see about that.
Right.
But, I know, right? Well, you know, that's their heroes. You know, they love old Bill Clinton. They love him. They love Hillary, but their heroes are the Obama males. Obama's husband, Big Mike, and of course, Barry Obama himself. So yeah, they're probably smoking a cigarette and tantric and everything else after everything that they experience. So if they call in, I would be quite surprised. But you know, we got a whole lot of people that do need prayer. This whole country needs prayer. I mean, this whole country is ate up with the DA. I mean, started at the ankles and went all the way to the top of their head. I can't believe how some people act sometimes, Steve. I mean, here groceries are through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people are living paycheck to paycheck. And even the liberal of liberals go in there and they moan and complain in the grocery store, but yet, I'm going to vote for Harris. I'm going to vote for Harris. Why you want to vote for that, excuse my language, that slut? That's what she is. She's a purity slut. Why would you want to vote for her? She ain't done nothing but sleep her way to the very top of the food chain. Even Judge Joe Brown, Willie Brown, everybody knows what she's about. And I hope that wasn't a bad word, because if it was, I do apologize to everyone out there. But that's what she is, a loose woman. And she's also a loose cannon. And old Tim Pond Tim, he ain't no better off himself. So, and I'll tell you what, folks need to take this seriously. They're a hair away from being in the White House. And, man, we don't need to let that happen. You know, I believe that God spared President Trump's life for a reason, and I believe it's to hopefully get this country back on track and get us back where we need to be going, and I'm praying that happens. Speaking of praying, Steve, we had a great message at Determined Ministries Church this past Sunday. Steve, we asked a question, and the title of the message was, "You've got questions, God has answers." We put it out there for you to ask questions. Ask the most common questions you could think of, and we'll pick 2 or 3 to go by. We had 3 questions answered. Steve, the first question, this was a very good question. The first question that was asked is, why didn't God go ahead and just put Satan right into hell? Why did God put him here on earth? That's a good question. The second question that got the most response that people asked, did God create religion? Did God create religion? And the third question they got asked, and this is a very good one too, is there life on other planets? Did God put life on other planets? Now, if y'all want to know the answers to those questions, you can go right simply to Determined Ministries Church. God did answer them questions this past Sunday. So go right to Determined Ministries Church. All your answers are right there, and I believe God did a very good job on answering them questions this past Sunday. Steve, I mentioned Shorty Morris a while ago. And yes, we talked about tithing the last time I was on your show, and I can understand why a lot of people are very skeptical about paying tithes, because you read every day that there's some church there's some pastor that's over a church ripping the church off, or there's a pastor secretary, or someone's ripping the church, stealing money. And I want to just tell you folks, Determined Ministries Church, we have a 501c3. And the government does not give us no help whatsoever. Any kind of help we get comes from tithing. And now, Steve, I will never ask anyone to tithe for anything. But if you're looking for a place and you have God moving on your heart that you need to pay tithes, and you don't want to give it to Determined Ministries Church, or you don't want to give it to your church, or you don't want to give it nowhere else, I want to make a suggestion. I want to tell you about Shorty Morris' son, Leo. Leo Morris, if you saw him about 2 years ago and seen him right now today, Steve, they're unrecognizable. Leo Morris is a recovered homeless drug addict. And he's one of the ones that everybody looked at on the street and shook their head and said that he's hopeless. Well, guess what? Leo Morris has a ministry. And if you want to give tithes and you want to pay tithes, I urge you to go to Facebook, check out Blue Flame Ministry. Leo Morris and I think his girlfriend or significant other, Amanda Ray, have this ministry. And what they're doing, he's giving back, God's children. Leo was about a week to 2 weeks away from literally dying. He was so just ate up in drugs and the devil's lifestyle. He was skin and bones, wouldn't eating. And it's by the look, out of all that darkness Brother Leo was in, there was a light that come through, that light being Jesus Christ. And it's by the grace of God that Leo got saved, got into a Christian rehab, and got delivered. And he's given back today. And if you want to help Leo and you want to help give back and you feel the need to give your money, go to Blue Flame Ministry, look them up, read everything about them. They're a good Christian organization, and they're helping others to get into rehab programs, to get off the streets and get off drugs. And they're helping other homeless people who may have had to sell their shoes. And I live out there in the Tillman's Corner area, Steve. I see a guy constantly. He'll have a pair of shoes on, and then maybe 2 days later he's barefooted because he had to go literally sell his shoes to go get his fix. They help people like that. They help people that you would look at and say, him or her, there is no hope. Well, there is hope. As long as you have Jesus Christ, God's children, there is hope. And the Bible says in the book of Job that there be hope in a tree. If it gets cut down, it will spring again. Just because the devil can cut someone down doesn't mean with the life water of Jesus Christ, it can spring up and spring again, God's children. So go check out Blue Flame Ministry and everyone I just named, and we got a whole bunch of people on our prayer list. Let's pray for everyone. Let's pray for our country. And by the way, and if you just don't want to give to anything, but you do want to support something, may I suggest to you, God's children, you go to this awesome website called Overnight Drive Radio. Overnight Drive Radio. Am I calling the website right, Steve?
That is correct. OvernightDriveRadio.com.
Can you say it one more time?
OvernightDriveRadio.com. There you go.
And at that website, look, listen. Now, hold on. Don't cut me off yet now, because Steve, we got to tell them. We have to tell them that if you want to support the show, you like Brother Rambler calling in, you like Monkey Gouger calling in, you like Always Moving or Pappy calling in, may I suggest to you, baby, that you go to OvernightDriveRadio.com and go and support this show by, 30-ounce travel mugs, they sell them. T-shirts, and everyone's favorite color, because I always heard, Steve, black makes a fat man look skinny. They sell black T-shirts, $14.95. And that don't include shipping and handling. You got to pay for the shipping and handling yourself. $14.95. If you go to Dale Nolt, that's buckwheat, you'll see his son Ashton. He is our T-shirt model, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make Ashton Nolt Mario Kart the official T-shirt model, because he looks good wearing the Steve Summers The Overnight Drive T-shirt. And then, of course, I'm sure Gilligan's bought all them stickers, $200 worth, and covered his whole body in Overnight Drive stickers. So you can pay 50 cents and buy yourself a sticker, $14.95 for a T-shirt. And I forget how much the price is for a travel mug, but whatever the price is, it's well worth it, because it'll keep your coffee hot for up to 24 hours maybe, and keep your drinks cold for, 24 hours, Steve?
I don't try the hot part. I do the cold. So I'm not sure about how long the coffee stays hot, but I do the cold. Yeah, 24 hours, you'll still have ice in there.
Hey, Hand clap for that. Hand clap for that. All right, God's children, all joking aside, go support Steve Summers by supporting the website, spending your money there. Support Blue Flame Ministry, and if you have a penny left over and God says, hey, give, and you feel like giving to Determined Ministries Church, we can sure use it, but I will never ask you for it. And I leave you with this, God's children, love. And that love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and Steve, I'll try and call in tonight. If not tonight, I'll call in tomorrow night. God bless you, everyone, and I love you out there.
Have a good night, Brother Rambler. Safe travels out there. And hey, the food industry executives actually coming back at Kamala Harris. Her proposal for price controls.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former US President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. They're both expected to offer fulsome support for Vice President Kamala Harris's bid to beat Donald Trump in the race for the presidency this November. FSN's US correspondent Simon Marks is at the convention site.
The second day of this Democratic Party convention will see delegates pivot away from President Joe Biden, on whom they poured praise yesterday, and towards Kamala Harris and her running mate Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Delegates are in an ebullient mood, convinced that with new leadership, Democrats can win in November.
I'm feeling great. We're motivated. We're optimistic about our ticket. We're joyful. We finally have great positive energy.
I'm very excited about it because I think Kamala has a much better chance of winning this election now than Joe Biden did.
The Obamas, plural, are sure to receive a hero's welcome tonight. Former First Lady Michelle Obama several months ago said she was terrified that Joe Biden would lose in the battle against Donald Trump. Tonight, she and her husband will line up foursquare behind Harris after tacitly playing a role in the party uprising last month that led Biden to abandon his re-election quest.
The Israeli military has confirmed that it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas. They were recovered during an overnight operation and found in an underground tunnel route in the Gaza Strip. US security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. The FBI, National Intelligence Office and Cybersecurity Agency also say that Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign. FSN's Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties.
The European Union is planning to place tariffs on 9% of Teslas brought into the bloc from China. Brussels launched an investigation into electric vehicles manufactured in China last year. Chinese brands such as BYD and Geely have also been targeted, with member states set to vote on final measures in the autumn. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be leveled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, former US President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. The Israeli military has confirmed it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas, and US security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back at it here as we roll into a brand new day. Hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on already. The halfway point. And the clock continues to tick down towards some potential major disruptions when it comes to moving freight. AKA a looming Canadian rail worker strike, which could come as early as Thursday at the midnight hour. now sparking calls from businesses in the U.S. for government intervention. You know, we've been following this for weeks now, but finally, at the last minute, it typically hits the mainstream media. The potential rail stoppage centering around the standoff between Canadian Teamsters and the major railway companies, Canadian Pacific Kansas City, as well as Canadian National, is raising alarm on both sides of the border. This past day, the U.S. and Canadian Chambers of Commerce issuing similar statements warning of the significant impact a strike could have on the U.S. economy. Both the U.S. and Canadian Chamber of Commerce are calling on the government of Canada to immediately intervene to avert a disruption in Canadian rail network. A stoppage of rail service will be devastating to Canadian businesses and families and impose significant impacts on the U.S. economy. From the respective Chamber of Commerce, a letter went on to point out that any significant disruption would impact those on both sides of the border. The Hill reported Union Pacific CEO Jim Vena emphasizing other such consequences of a strike that as many as 2,500 rail cars destined for the U.S. could be stranded daily. Now, the core of the dispute obviously involves the Canadian Teamsters' demand for greater transparency around worker scheduling, which they argue is crucial to preventing fatigue-related safety risks. We had touched on all this several times in recent days. Now, the Teamsters have refused to meet CPKC in private arbitration to negotiate, according to the company. Instead, they have remained steadfast in their dispute, citing concerns over worker safety. Now, the union says the company's trying to undermine Canadian labor code provisions, but from FreightWaves this past day, they give us the very latest. While the negotiations supposedly are continuing, the busiest import container gateway is in the process of implementing measures to sustain cargo flows in the event of a stoppage. We are concerned about the prospect of further labor disruptions impacting port and supply chain operations. That was the word from the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority in a statement. The impact to the Port of Vancouver will be significant, with approximately 2/3 of all cargo volumes at the port moved by rail, including 90% of international exports. Refreshing, Canadian National Railway Sunday formally notified Canada's Teamsters Union that they would begin locking out union employees at 12:01 a.m. Thursday morning. Now, we're less than 24 hours away at this point, right? Canadian Pacific Kansas City earlier had issued their own lockout notice after the sides remained far apart following weekend negotiations. The union issued its own 72-hour strike warning on Sunday. Contract negotiations continued Sunday and Monday, according to a spokesman in an email Tuesday. Rail traffic could come to a halt Thursday, barring any sort of a last-minute development. Now, Vancouver accounts for 1/3 of all Canadian merchandise trade by value outside of North America. They say we've taken proactive measures to manage vessel arrivals and anchorage assignments to maintain port fluidity, to ensure the safe movement of vessels and manage anchored capacity for the terminals not affected by strike activity. Ships en route to Vancouver are being instructed to adjust their arrival times by slowing down to prevent further congestion. We do expect disruptions to the movement of containers, grain, potash, coal, and other cargo transported to and from port terminals by rail. Now, they went on to say it's in the best interest of all Canadians. These matters need to be resolved immediately. We urge all parties involved to come together, reach an agreement. Now, the authority said that it took many months to clear the backlog of congestion from what was a 13-day strike by British Columbia longshore workers in 2023 at the Port of Vancouver. That job action affected the movement of $800 million worth of goods per day and saw 17 cargo ships diverted to other ports. Many more were forced to wait at anchor, causing big-time delays. So, yeah, the clock is ticking. I don't know who can intervene, what to do. So just be prepared. All I know is undoubtedly if this does actually occur, that they're going to be in dire need of truck operations to try and move as much of that freight as they possibly can, but there's nowhere near available truck capacity to move what the rails move on any given day. So an update there, very interesting. Hey, a big break from the summer heat coming out west. We kind of teased you with that here in the first hour. Redding, California will experience high temperatures trending downward from the 90s early this week to highs only in the 70s by Friday. By Friday morning, temperatures may dip within a few degrees of the record low of 55. Last seen 30 years ago on that date in 1995. Record low for Saturday morning. The mid-50s may also be challenged, they tell us. The temperature swing will be dramatic, especially in areas where extreme heat has been the rule much of this summer. Redding has been experiencing temperatures of 5 degrees above the historical average from June 1. They set an all-time record high of 119 on July the 6th. I mentioned Las Vegas, forecast to have their first daytime high not reaching the triple digits since back in mid-June later this week. Should highs be in the 90s for 3 or more days in a row, it would be the first time since May. The Nevada desert city has experienced a scorching summer, running well above historical average, including an all-time record high of 120 degrees that they set on July 7. Now, along the immediate Pacific coast and portions of the Interstate 5 corridor, the cool down a bit less pronounced, but still noticeable. Temperatures are going to briefly spike ahead of that drop, with many folks from Seattle to Portland, Oregon to San Francisco and L.A. noticing the cooling trend later this week. As cool as the air gets near the ground, it'll get even chillier at the level of the atmosphere where the jets fly. That setup may allow for an eruption of clouds, maybe some showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be locally heavy or even severe. In areas where very little rain falls, lightning strikes could ignite new wildfires, even with the cooler conditions and the higher humidity levels. That cooler, more humid air should help ease the spread of existing wildfires and help the firefighting efforts there, although gusty winds ahead of that cool storm may help fan the flames beforehand. Now, along with the chilly air will come the risk of frost in the normally colder locations. That would tend to be in the mountains, and particularly the mountain valleys or the high elevation plateaus later this week. Maybe a little bit of snow in the offing for the highest elevations of the central and northern Sierra Nevada Friday night into Saturday morning. Temperatures are forecast to dip near the freezing mark at Tahoe Valley, California, Friday night and Saturday night. As the storm system pushes further to the east, temperatures over the western third of the nation will begin to trend upward once again later in the weekend into next week. But a big-time cool-off, little snow in the highest elevations of the Sierra Nevada. It's a little taste of what's to come It won't be long. As we mentioned last evening, the chain laws will be kicking in Colorado on September 1. Be prepared. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, coming up, we'll get to what some of the food industry executives have to say to Kamala Harris and her proposal of price controls. First, let's get to Uber Ed, I believe. Morning, Ed.
Hey, Steve. How's it going? I joined Brother Ramler this weekend, and he gave a good sermon and stuff. But our friend that calls in is Joe. I think it's getting to him. That's why he changed his name to Joe. I ain't gonna call him by his name because I don't call him by that. I refuse to call him by that.
Right.
But and then today he calls and he's talking about Kamala Harris being black and all, and being Jamaican American or being black because she's Jamaican and stuff. Jamaican's just an ethnicity, and they're African American. To me, everybody that's born in America should be other instead of African American or white or whatever. You know, everybody that's born here in America, they should be other because they were born here in America. Because you weren't born in Africa and you weren't born in Europe or that,
or China, or you know, if you're right.
Right.
I mean, everybody here has some immigrant history from somewhere. Yes.
Well, then he brings up, he says, well, Trump was born in, he talks about Germany. I said, but Trump don't go around saying he's a German American. He's American. And that. I just think that's the way the government wants to keep the races divided and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That everybody should put other. I put other if I fill out an application. I just feel it you know, it ain't none of their business. But that's all I had. I just want to chime in, but I think it's getting to our liberal friend Joe, and maybe one day he'll finally come around.
Yeah, I wouldn't bank on that. Some people are hard-headed. Even presented with the facts, you can't change their mind. Well, executives in the food industry challenging Kamala Harris' claim that they're to blame for the soaring cost of groceries, calling her government price control plan a solution in search of a problem. As we know, the Democrat nominee accusing food companies of price gouging, stating that price controls were needed to bring down America's grocery bills and check the corporate greed. Food executives told the Wall Street Journal that high inflation has driven up labor and raw material cost, spurring price increases. They also said that healthy profit margins are needed to finance the development of new products. We understand why there's this sticker shock and why it's upsetting. Andy Herrig is vice president of FMI, a food retailer and supplier trade group. But to automatically just say there's got to be something nefarious going on, to us, that's oversimplified. During the Biden-Harris administration, inflation has raised overall cost by about 19%, food prices going up 21% under Democrat control of the executive branch. Now, if she were to be elected president, Harris said she would ban price gouging by grocery stores and food suppliers by authorizing the Federal Trade Commission and state attorneys general to penalize companies that violate the policy. Of course, Donald Trump slamming Harris' communist price control policy, saying that this would create rationing, hunger, and dramatically more inflation. The National Grocers Association told the Journal that Harris' plan to ban food price gouging, as I mentioned, is a solution in search of a problem. In a Friday opinion piece, the Washington Post editorial board knocked the proposal, calling it a populist gimmick when the nation is in need of serious economic ideas. Kamala's speech Friday was an opportunity to get specific with voters about how a Harris presidency would manage an economy that many feel is not working well for them. Unfortunately, instead of delivering a substantial plan, she squandered the moment on populist gimmicks. Americans are still clearly anxious and angry about the high cost of groceries, housing, and a $5.29 Big Mac. Yes, inflation. The rate has cooled substantially since the peak in 2022. An ostensible Biden-Harris administration accomplishment, prices remain elevated, though, relative to the Trump years. So it's a real political issue for Ms. Harris. One way to handle it might be to level with the voters, telling them that inflation spiked in 2021 mainly because the pandemic snarled supply chain and the Federal Reserve's policies, which their administration supported, that are working to slow it. She instead opted for a less forthright route, blaming big business, vowing to go after price gouging by grocery stores and landlords and pharmaceutical companies and other supposed corporate perpetrators by having the Federal Trade Commission enforce a vaguely defined federal ban on price gouging. At what point are you crossing the level? When is it gouging? Is that saying you're limited to a 2% profit margin or a 3%? It's very, very vague. Never mind that many stores are currently slashing prices in response to renewed consumer bargain hunting. Now, Ms. Harris says she'll target companies that make excessive profits. What does that mean? It's hard to see how groceries, a notoriously low-margin business, would qualify. Thankfully, this gambit by Ms. Harris has been met with almost instant skepticism, with many critics citing President Richard M. Nixon's failed price controls from the 1970s. Now, whether she wins over voters, that remains to be seen. But if sound economic analysis actually still matters, she will not win over said voters. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Hump Day coming on, 21st day of August. It was another hot one in Texas, as anticipated. Texas set an unofficial record in electricity consumption on Tuesday, as the soaring temperatures spurred homeowners, schools, businesses to crank up the AC. Power demand on the state grid rose to 85,559 megawatts at 6 p.m. Central Time, topping the August of 2023 record of 85,508, according to the Electric Reliability Council. The amount becomes official after more accurate meters are calculated, to say it, according to the grid operator. Northern and central sections of the Lone Star State contending with hazardous conditions as the heat index surged, according to the National Weather Service. Thus far, the summer of 2024, believe it or not, has not actually been as intense from a heat perspective to what you saw in 2023, when power demand shattered all-time highs on 21 separate occasions. The riskiest hours for the grid are coming right about sundown. Of course, solar supplies plunge at that point in line. Batteries have been a saving grace, kicking in during the early evening to supplement power supplies from the traditional sources like natural gas-fired plants. The grid holds for another day, but again, we continue to see excessive heat warnings for much of the state. Again, for the coming day, heat advisories actually expanding out a bit further more to the western portions of Texas.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Former U.S. President Barack Obama and his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, will be the keynote speakers on the second night of the Democratic Party's convention in Chicago. They're both expected to offer fulsome support for Vice President Kamala Harris's bid to beat Donald Trump in the race for the presidency this November. FSN's U.S. correspondent Simon Marks is at the convention site.
The second day of this Democratic Party convention will see delegates pivot away from President Joe Biden, on whom they poured praise yesterday, and towards Kamala Harris and her running mate Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Delegates are in an ebullient mood, convinced that with new leadership, Democrats can win in November.
I'm feeling great. We're motivated. We're optimistic about our ticket. We're joyful. We finally have great positive energy.
I'm very excited about it because I think Kamala has a much better chance of winning this election now than Joe Biden did.
The Obamas, plural, are sure to receive a hero's welcome tonight. Former First Lady Michelle Obama several months ago said she was terrified that Joe Biden would lose in the battle against Donald Trump. Tonight, she and her husband will line up foursquare behind Harris after tacitly playing a role in the party uprising last month that led Biden to abandon his re-election quest.
The Israeli military has confirmed that it's retrieved the bodies of 6 hostages held by Hamas. They were recovered during an overnight operation and found in an underground tunnel route in the Gaza Strip. U.S. security agencies have confirmed Donald Trump's assertion that Iran was behind a hack on his campaign. The FBI, National Intelligence Office and Cybersecurity Agency also say that Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign. FSN's Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties.
The European Union is planning to place tariffs on 9% of Teslas brought into the bloc from China. Brussels launched an investigation into electric vehicles manufactured in China last year. Chinese brands such as BYD and Geely have also been targeted, with member states set to vote on final measures in the autumn. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Back on a hump day. Get to some other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, with the passing last Friday of the dirt racing legend Scott Bloomquist, Thomas had sent me a link to an interview with Dale Jr. on his, what's he call it, the Dirty Mo podcast, I think, at Dale Jr.'s podcast. It's about an hour and 45-minute interview, very, very in-depth, going into Bloomquist's early years, born in Iowa, living in California, got into surfing, and of course, ultimately moving back to Tennessee. Delving then into how his racing career got started. Talked rather in depth about his drug use over the years. Talking about on occasions being drug tested before racing. And you almost had to laugh at one point where he shared the story how he had gone in for a drug test, and it was like 7 hours before race time. And he kind of laughed in their face. He said, okay, so I got the all clear here, so I can really go get jacked up now. I've got 7 hours to get ready to race. He said, commonsensically, you would drug test someone at the conclusion of the race. It's very interesting. I guess he had done a lot of things. They talked very in-depth as well about his love of flying. Now, his father was, for many, many years, a major airline pilot, supposedly one of the best pilots in the world. He explained that I think his dad was the only one that had never failed a simulator test, where they throw all kinds of potential things at you. Never failed a simulator test. Not many pilots can say that, right? And then he went into when he's flying on his farm. He said he didn't like to fly high. He liked, he said anything above about 500 feet was. He made it sound as though he had this love of fishing as well. And he'd get in his plane to fly out over the lake, and there's this one particular kind of fish that he says that, that if they're jumping, you'll see them breaching the water. And if they're breaching, he would land the plane. He knew the fish would be biting. He'd get to the boat and get out on the lake. But he flew very low. And of course, ultimately, you can't help it. It comes to my mind wondering if there might have been maybe some sort of substance abuse involved. Was he flying under the influence last Friday? Things, I suppose, ultimately they'll probably do some sort of a toxicology report to determine what might have been in his system when he crashed into that barn on his property there in Tennessee. Undoubtedly, it was a great loss to the dirt racing community. Going back and watching, I tuned into, I think it was a 10-year-old video from Eldora Speedway where he had great success. And it was one of those 100 lappers. I don't remember if it was the Dream or a race where he had started 17th and worked his way up to like second. And only, within like 20-some laps. And he got penalized and moved to the back of the field. So starting at the tail end with somewhere right about 80 laps to go, remaining in the race, and ultimately was able to win that race, coming from 17th to second, put in the back, literally passing every car on the. How is that even possible? One has to wonder. But yes, some incredible archives of Scott Bloomquist. Now, back on the political front, I first saw the headline from the Gateway Pundit, and I thought, is this for real? Is this... Because they said this would be huge news. Huge. It's in regards to Robert F. Kennedy's campaign with his running mate, Nicole Shanahan. And it appears, obviously, it is true because she was doing an interview, a podcast interview with a YouTuber known as Tom Bilyeu. He hosts a program called Impact Theory. And now numerous other outlets are highlighting this, that not every day does a rarely relatively obscure vice presidential candidate drop a potentially gargantuan piece of news. Nicole Shanahan, the independent presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s running mate, said in an interview posted on YouTube this past day that she and RFK have two options for their ongoing campaign, one of which would involve a move to join forces with former President Donald Trump, the Republican nominee. She made those comments in that interview, which, again, you can go back and view. That was about a 45-minute interview. She talked about what their campaign, what a presidency under Robert F. Kennedy would be all about as far as economy is concerned. They talked rather in depth about the impacts of the COVID pandemic. RFK, a very outspoken against the mRNA vaccine sort of things. But she said, in fact, if we probe deeper, we find not one but two massive pieces of news. Now, first, as for the game-changing teaser of a possible Trump-Kennedy alliance, Shanahan indicated that she and Kennedy do have a difficult decision to make. Their difficulty, it seems, stems from the fact that earning a mere 5% of the national vote in the 2024 election would establish their party and allow it to enjoy some important financial benefits as they look toward 2028. As hopeful as that sounds, however, she acknowledged their choice amounts to a binary one. Two options we're looking at. One is staying in, forming that new party. But she explained the danger of that approach. We run the risk, she says, of a Kamala Harris-Tim Walz presidency. Indeed, they would run that risk, for she acknowledged that the Kennedy ticket is drawing votes, some votes from Trump. Shanahan said, we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump. Now, as a matter of simple electoral politics, of course, every Trump voter should welcome this sort of an alliance. But it didn't end there. Earlier in the same interview, Shanahan laid the groundwork for a possible Trump-Kennedy alliance with a revelation that nearly all Trump voters surely would regard as music to their ears. You know, Trump's Achilles heel in his first term was really big pharma. I don't think he understood that it would cripple his entire reputation and legacy as much as it did. Indeed, Trump's insistence on touting the COVID vaccine as one of the presidential achievements probably helped fuel the Kennedy candidacy. In other words, some anti-establishment voters who otherwise loved Trump's policies on closing the border and destroying the deep state almost certainly drifted toward the anti-establishment Kennedy because of the latter's views on vaccines in general, or at least on the COVID vaccine in particular. Now, according to Shanahan, the former president's begun to see things differently. What we're hearing from the Trump camp is very positive, she said. We're hearing that he wants to distance himself from big pharma. We are hearing full acknowledgement that he now, in retrospect, should not have fallen prey to the pressures in Washington to capitulate to the lockdowns and the bailouts. She then went on to praise Trump's pre-COVID record. And in breathtaking news said he has expressed COVID-era regrets, in private anyway. I don't see acknowledgement. I mean, he's not doing it publicly, but privately, I don't see much acknowledgement from any political leadership that's contributed to the problem like I have seen from Donald Trump, she went on to say. So, two options. She described the tactics that the Democrat Party have used to destroy the Kennedy campaign. She said, they've banned us, shadow banned us, kept us off stages, used lawfare against us, sued us in every possible state. They've even planted insiders into our campaign. That sounds like how they treat all their opposition. RFK is actually a friend of the Gateway Pundit website. Yeah, we were actually co-plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the Trusted News Initiative, a group that censors and targets independent media. So that would be pretty huge news. See where that goes. And you can go back and listen to the full interview, which I said is about a 45-minute long interview posted this past day. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4-TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Coming up, we'll delve into trying to get everything interconnected. Modern technology when it comes to cars and trucks. Remember the term vehicle to everything. You're gonna want to know what that means. The Department of Transportation has announced their goals and their target dates to implement vehicle to everything, aka V2X technologies across the nation in an effort to increase safety and efficiency. Friday, August 16th, the DOT introduced their national V2X deployment plan. Now, they say the non-binding roadmap sets certain goals for implementing V2X technology. Since the emerging technology spans across a variety of private sector industries and government agencies, the plan calls for mass collaboration among stakeholders. Now, trying to explain it can be like trying to teach you to speak Greek. But FreightWaves, I thought it was actually OOIDA, I believe, kind of broke it all down this past day, what they're trying to connect out there. And the more things that get connected, the more we rely on internet-connected technology. The more concerns I have about hacking efforts and being able to possibly overtake cars, trucks, you name it. So again, we'll give you more on that. Coming up, first of all, Q Ball joins us this Wednesday. What's happening out there?
Steve, you must have planned, speaking on that right there, knowing I was on hold, knowing what I drive. You ain't hacking into this truck.
That's 100% correct.
No, you are not. The only thing electronic in this truck is the cell phone I'm on. It's 84, for those that don't know. Mechanical Caterpillar. There ain't even an ECM in this thing. No ABS, no nothing. You got to actually know how to drive it, and you ain't hacking into it unless you break into it, at which point you got me to deal with. Yeah, that's I get it. Technology makes life easier, but man, when it goes wrong, you find out real quick what you don't have, real quick. It's like a happy medium in like, I don't know. I tend to think, Steve, that's not what I called about, but if you think about it, right, I like to look up a lot of stuff in, like, I just call it basically industrial history. I know this is way off topics. I want to talk about RFK, but I'll get to that. But I follow a lot of industrial history, and I'm always really curious about the way things were built, how they were built before we had all this amazing technology that we use today. Classic example. It's like, look at something like the Titanic, okay? Does anybody understand? No one really thinks about this kind of stuff, right? But when you turn the wheel in the helm of the Titanic to steer the ship, what if that broke? What do they do? What were they? Any ship of that era, not just the Titanic, but any of them. What did they do to steer the ship? Even in ships, as modern as stuff that was in World War II. There's voice tubes that go from the helm down to different sections of the ship, so that if the helm no longer functions as the helm, they can still bark orders down through voice tubes, no wires, down to guys in the steering gear room to tell them to turn the rudder X amount of degrees, because they have no control from the helm. There's actually backup systems to even something that old and rudimentary should the modern system fail. We don't have that in a lot of modern stuff now, do we? There's no backup systems to function things manually. That's kind of what I'm getting at. There's no manual backups on this stuff. So what do? I guess you just leave it lay. That's kind of a problem. Anyways, this whole thing with RFK, they banter back and forth with him whether he siphons off votes from Biden, or whether or now Harris, or whether he siphons off votes from Trump. To be honest, I'm not, because I listen to both sides of that argument. I'm like, I'm not 100% on which I believe, because if you look at, he's always been a Democrat. His uncle was a Democrat. His father was a Democrat. He was a Democrat. If you look at some of the stuff, a large part of everything that he supports or backed or was involved in, it's typical Democrat stuff. However, if you listen to what the man, his views, they're not as wacky and crazy. Granted, I feel misguided and often wrong, but they're not coming from a position of being an absolute, wackadoo, far left wing, nut job. I just think he's mistaken in a lot of things. I'll give you an example. He has talked against the Second Amendment in the past. To me, my attitude is I don't trust any in office, in high office, any former Democrat, because I really don't know where your allegiances lie. That even goes as far as the Tulsi Gabbard. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying you spent too much time on the wrong side for me to trust you with everything. Not saying you're wrong, but that's just my way of looking at things. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I look at it. Wow, you think these roads are paved with square-wheeled steamrollers, dude? Wow, this is rough right here. Sorry. Anyway, I just don't trust everything like that. But, it doesn't mean that everything they said was ever wrong. Now, a guy like RFK, like most people that I know from years past, when he talks Second Amendment, they couldn't possibly understand what a tyrannical government would look like. No government would go after its people like that, where you have to defend yourself from government. Oh, wait, yeah, that was until like 3 or 4 years ago. Now people are like, oh, wait a minute now. Now I'm starting to see where the defund the police crowd really don't want to defund the police. They want to abuse the police to go after their political, their political opponents. And sadly, most of them just follow orders and do what they're told. See, you've watched it. Government will use lawfare to go after people for just about anything. Meanwhile, you could literally burn a city down and no one gives a rip about it and not charge anybody at all.
And we witnessed that, yeah. Hey, we will pause there. But hold that thought, cue ball. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama have led a rousing endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the crowd, they delivered blistering attacks on her Republican rival Donald Trump while warning there was still much work to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher has more.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Simon Marks is in Chicago, and he's reporting that Democrats now need to sell Harris to all Americans.
All of this now will be focused on the need not just to galvanize Democrats in the arena, they're already galvanized, but to deliver the message to the wider audience, the television and internet audience of voters, that Kamala Harris has the capacity to win this election in November, and policies with which people can identify and relate. That latter part is still going to be the tallest order that Democrats have to engage in here and beyond Chicago.
Iran has hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. The FBI, National Intelligence Office, and Cybersecurity Agency also said Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Caroline Malone, Washington.
And Indian doctors refusing to go back to work more than 10 days since the nationwide agitation started. They say they want the government to bring in a law to protect them after a medic was raped and murdered while at work. Doctors, interns, trainees across the country say they will continue to be on strike, which means that all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments will continue to be suspended, and only emergency services will continue to be provided at major hospitals across the country. The strike is now in its 10th day, and doctors say that they will not call off their demonstration until the Indian government brings in a legislation that guarantees them safety at their workplace. The United Nations has been told of both heightened tensions and anxieties in Lebanon amid concerns of war breaking out there. Nearly daily exchanges of fire between Israel and the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah have continued since the beginning of the war in Gaza last October. Mitch McCann has more.
Imran Risa, who leads the United Nations humanitarian work in Lebanon, said that in the last 3 weeks, tensions in the country have been at their highest peak. Speaking to the UN press briefing via Zoom, Mr. Risa said a full-scale war in Lebanon would be devastating, and he added we desperately need success. The situation in the country has deteriorated since war broke out between Israel and Hamas, due to the intensification of strikes between Israel and Hezbollah across the Blue Line, which is the name given to the boundary between Lebanon and Israel in the absence of an agreed-upon border. Mr. Risa highlighted the growing humanitarian crisis, saying 3.7 million people are now in need, at a time when he says more resources and funding needs to be allocated to the country. Mitch McCann, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The main news again. On day 2 of the Democratic Convention, the Obamas throw their weight behind Kamala Harris and deliver a blistering attack on Donald Trump while warning there's still much work to be done to defeat him. Iran hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. One to go. We'll all be on the same page. Got a Wednesday coming on. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Saw a lot of folks sharing a post from a driver for Purdue, like the chicken, having to park their trucks. I could not find anything as far as trucking news in regards to that, so I was kind of, like I said, it was shared many, many times. The driver said that they all parked their trucks, were called in for a meeting, had to turn in their keys and their badge, and it's like, so I was trying to get more on that. Maybe some of you are more familiar with what's going on. Maybe feel free to dial us up and fill us in. Yeah, we did have the confirmation that General Motors, laying off over 1,000 employees, 600 of which are located in Warren, Michigan. Throwing its hat into the massive job cuts in the auto industry. Over 1,000 salaried employees. Again, more than 600 at the Warren Tech Center there in Warren, Michigan. In a statement, GM spokesperson Kevin Kelly said as the company builds its future, it must simplify for speed and excellence, make bold choices, and prioritized the investments that will have the greatest impact. As a result, we are reducing certain teams within the software and services organization. We are grateful to those who've helped establish a strong foundation that positions GM to lead moving forward. Now, that announcement just about a week after Stellantis said they plan to permanently eliminate 2,450 UAW jobs at their truck manufacturing facility in Warren as well, no later than the second week of October, when they end production of the Ram 1500 Classic. All right, back to cue ball. Thanks for hanging in there, and there we go.
Well, as far as Stellantis goes, Steve, I think that whole setup was planned long before any major economic downturn was anyway, because Stellantis, that gives me on another thing I want to talk about. Stellantis is not even an American company, and they completely destroyed Ram trucks. So nobody wants to buy a half-ton truck when a V8 is not available at all. I think that was planned to just destroy the brand. I mean, there's a reason why Tim Kuniskis basically told them F you and stepped. He was the CEO of Dodge, because Stellantis just basically was like, you're not going to build cars Americans want. And Tim's like, well, you ain't putting my name on that garbage. I'm out. Pretty much. Anyways, RFK, like I was saying, he might have had his opinions on the Second Amendment back before he understood how quickly a government can go totalitarian, because he's dealt with it right now with his own self. He's watched them completely take away freedom of speech from people, including him, like directly. He's watched how this government quite literally is willing to just watch the man die. Remember, it was a big thing where because of the Biden administration, they would not get him he was a viable candidate, and they would not get him Secret Service protection.
Correct.
Not like it did Trump any good. But they wouldn't even give it to him. So he's had to come out of his own pocket to handle his own security. Not for nothing, but his father was whacked, and his uncle was whacked. So I think you have to start thinking that, this guy might have a legit concern. However, Biden's like, no, just deal with it on your own. Tough crap. So the man's been through enough. It's not like always, like I said, you might be wrong on his opinions, but I think he's learned that the world wasn't as nice as he thought it was. Sadly, some people find out the hard way. But whether it's going to be positive for Trump or not, Not really sure, because I don't know who Kennedy voters would have been coming from. Possibly both. Oh, I don't know how it ended, if they ever appealed it or not, but he got thrown out of off the ballot in New York State. Supposedly, despite the fact he's claimed he's lived in New York basically all his life, they say, you don't reside in New York, so you can't run as a candidate here. I'm like, what? I don't really know the details of it, but if you look that up, you find out. He was on Fox News talking about that, like, I don't know, maybe a couple of 3 days ago, talking about getting thrown off the ballot in New York. So he won't even show up there. So it's, I don't know what he's planning on doing with all of that. But, let's be frank. I don't think there's ever been a third-party candidate that ever had half a shot since Ross Perot.
Yeah.
And that's quite a long time ago. That was, oh hell, I was young. I was a kid.
I remember it. I remember the whole. He was the giant sucking sound candidate, right?
Yes,
all
sir.
about,
I remember.
About
yeah,
NAFTA.
but you know what? That made sense to me even as a kid back then. You hollering and screaming about NAFTA. I remember that, and he was right. Yeah, he was right. But yeah, that goes back in history. Steve, Bongino has been talking a lot about this whole thing with the Secret Service and Trump. And there's a lot of details that are coming out about that a lot of people are like, it leaves a lot of people scratching their heads. I don't know if you talked about it or not, but do you know that they already cremated the body of that, the shooter, Crooks?
Yes, they did.
Wow, that was quick. We still don't have a motive on them. They don't have nothing. They say, anyway. Even Bongino has been saying, who's this kid been working with? I thought since anybody started getting any information out there, I always thought, if you think about the way that they were portraying this kid, I remember the day it happened, they started putting these three pictures out there. And he looked like a, regular kid from like junior high school. He's wearing like a blue shirt and glasses, and just looks like a regular nice little kid. And there's another picture of him where he's getting his diploma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a normal high school kid. And then there's this weird-looking picture, and where he's wearing, the day it turned out. I remember he's a weird-looking picture taken from up above, almost like a drone shot. I remember thinking when I was watching it on TV, the day it happened, I looked over and I told Jen, I go, where the hell's that third picture from? That's the kid when he was in school. That's the kid when he got out of school. Looks like a normal kid. That's the picture that they're going with? Where's this third picture come from? It didn't make any sense. Turns out that's the picture that one of the non-Secret Service counter snipers took of him while he was climbing on some wall or up on the roof or wherever the hell. That was taken the day he shot Trump. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, how do you go from this picture to that picture inside of 2 years? Who got to this kid? And why? What were the parents like? You didn't realize that your kid turned into a wackadoo inside of 2 years? You didn't notice this? But notice the parents ain't talked to nobody that I know of. Nobody's really pushed it. It's like, who got into this kid's head? Okay? Well, there's only a handful of organizations on planet Earth that are good at doing something like that to put you as a patsy in a place. Remember talking about the Kennedys? Excuse me. That's what they did with Oswald. They found a guy that was good enough, good enough to take the shot and get the shot, but far enough detached from the group that wanted him dead that you can, because I was looking at this whole Russia thing with Oswald, right? Turns out, in my belief, it was the mafia and the CIA that got him to do the job. And then, of course, they took some low-level mobster, Jack Ruby, to pop him, to shut him up. And he kept his mouth shut till almost the day he died. So where did this guy Crooks come from, and what, and why? That's the other thing, too. That you do know about the shirt he was wearing that day?
I'm not familiar.
The day he shot Trump. You know what shirt he was wearing?
No.
The Demolition Ranch YouTube channel shirt. A very pro 2A YouTube channel. Why was he wearing that shirt? You mean to tell me that was just some random shirt he picked up? Or because right after it happened, he started saying this was a right-wing guy, remember?
Mm-hmm.
You think it's any coincidence he was given that shirt? I'm willing to bet you he was told to put that shirt on when he did it. That's my speculation,
right.
But that's what I'm thinking.
Well, I remember they were
because
saying
he's starting to look that way.
neighbors said he had put up like Trump 24 signs in his yard or something, didn't they?
I did not hear that. I know he gave like $15 to Biden, like right after, I forget what date, and he gave to Republican too, but no big amount of money.
Right.
But enough to put him on the map, I guess. But the point is, nobody knows anything about this guy yet. They know everything about anybody that happened to be at the Capitol on January 6th. They know everything about anybody if you were anywhere near that place on January 6th. But this guy, they don't got a clue. Okay. Listen, that doesn't even pass the smell test around me. Sorry. My opinion, the guy was given a window. Hey, I'm the CIA. Mr. Secret Service guy, I need a window. Don't ask, but I need this space open. Make sure your people aren't there, and I'll cover your ass. Boom. That's personally what I think happened. Back to the lawfare. If they can't beat you in lawfare, they'll pop you. Now, this can get real ugly real quick, and this absolutely is frightening. What's coming up in September with Trump?
Debate?
Sentencing.
Oh, sentencing. Yes. Yes, and I see that Judge Merchan is being pressured to put him behind bars.
And Kamala Harris hasn't agreed to any debates after the sentencing date. In fact, I think the only one they agreed upon was only a day or two before sentencing. What's going to happen, Steve, if they actually put him in jail? Supposedly, again, according to Bongino, he knows the Secret Service guys personally, so he's got the inside scoop on a lot of this. They got Rikers waiting for him. They got it prepared. Rikers Island, the jail in New York.
Yeah, right.
They got it ready for him in case he does go there. But let me ask you this question. This is why it gets frightening to me. Somebody. Oh, and that's the other thing too. It may not even have been the CIA or someone in our government that wanted Trump dead, that actually organized crooks to shoot him. That could have been a foreign government. That's not impossible. Not like that never happened before. So with that thought, Steve, when they do and I think about this every time you see the vice president, it don't matter who it is. When you see the president and the vice president together, there's always something in me that gets a little nervous. That if something happens to the both of them, goes to the Speaker of the House, right?
Yes, sir.
And they make this almost as a joke, but it's what they do every year. When they do the State of the Union, they got number 1, they got number 2, and they got number 3. All in the building, don't they? So don't they set up the designated survivor for the continuity of government? They always talk about that. Who who the designated survivor is should something happen at the State of the Union address. So if they think that far ahead, and that's for the continuity of government, if something does happen to Trump, technically, at this point, does that actually affect the continuity of
And
Trump's not the president.
Right.
He's a private citizen trying to become president. So he has nothing to do with continuity of government. So if they throw his ass on Rikers Island, I don't know this, but I just assume this. When they do the State of the Union, do you really think that the United States military isn't watching very closely to anything anywhere near the Capitol? Be it a plane, a missile, anything, satellite,
everything.
You name it.
Yes.
I want to bet you they're looking for everything. But if they throw Trump in Rikers Island and it's just Trump, private citizen Trump, not involved in the continuity of government, do you think they're looking that close?
Well, based on what unfolded on the assassination attempt today, I'd say no. But yeah, you bring up valid points. I had the scenario, and I guess maybe Bongino was talking about this, and it was from a Representative Clay Higgins, who said, "My efforts to examine Crook's body on August the 5th, that was a Monday, caused quite a stir and revealed a disturbing fact." Yeah, he released a preliminary investigative report on the assassination attempt in which he declared the body of the would-be assassin is gone. He also revealed of an unheard-of act committed by the FBI that he deemed an obstruction to any following investigative effort. He is a member of the House Bipartisan Task Force on the attempted assassination, releasing his preliminary investigative report that unveiled some of those eye-popping revelations that he uncovered during his boots-on-the-ground fact-finding trip to Butler, PA. He said the FBI cleaned up biological evidence from the crime scene, which is unheard of. Cops don't do that, he said. Ever. He confirmed that the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, fired 8 shots from the rooftop of the American Glass Research Building during that Trump rally July 13, approximately 150 yards from the stage. Location of the shooter provided excellent concealment from the northern counter-sniper team due to trees. He noted the Crooks' location did not offer excellent concealment from the southern counter-sniper team. He said the would-be assassin perfectly positioned himself to minimize the threat of counterfire from the ground or the Secret Service counter-sniper teams. After Crooks fired those 8 shots toward the former president, he used the word, a badass Butler SWAT operator returned fire from the ground about 100 yards away from the AGR building. The SWAT operator hit Crooks' rifle stock and fragged his face, neck, right shoulder area from the stock breaking up. The reported final shot that killed Crooks was supposedly fired by the Secret Service counter-sniper team. Now, Higgins claimed the FBI scrubbed the crime scene of biological evidence before he could investigate the area. They cleaned up biological evidence from the crime scene. That's unheard of. He said he encountered another obstacle in his investigation when he discovered the body was gone. The FBI had released the body for cremation 10 days after July 13. By July 23rd, Crooks was gone. Nobody knew until Monday, August 5, including the county coroner, law enforcement, sheriff, etc. Yes, Butler County coroner technically had legal authority over the body, but I spoke with the coroner, and he would never release Crook's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. Again, similar to releasing the crime scene and scrubbing crime scene biological evidence, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. The problem with me not being able to examine the actual body is I will not know 100% if the coroner's report and the autopsy report were accurate. We will actually never know. Yes, we'll get the reports and the pictures, but I'll never be able to say with certainty that those reports and pictures are accurate according to my examination of the body. Now, he also said the coroner's report and the autopsy report were both a week late as of August 5. Spokesperson with the FBI told WTAE television that the agency was surprised and disturbed regarding the allegations of investigation obstruction. Said they were unaware that Congress wanted to hold the body for its own investigation. They said the cleanup of the biological evidence from the crime scene and the release of the shooter's body were all conducted according to FBI procedure. He said the gunman's body was released to the family after a detailed, coordinated effort, he said, with the coroner's office. Higgins also questioned why the Secret Service did not retrieve radios that had been set aside for them by the Butler County Tactical Command on that day of the shooting. The radio comms were perfectly arranged during the extensive pre-mission planning. On January 12th, Butler County ESU commander personally reminded the Secret Service counter-sniper teams to pick up their assigned radios at the ESU command post, which was positioned according to planning at the Butler Fairgrounds. He said it didn't happen. So that kind of goes along with the lack of communications. They weren't supposed, I guess Secret Service didn't have the radios to hear the Butler conversations taking place. It doesn't add up, does it? We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama have led a rousing endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the crowd, they delivered blistering attacks on her Republican rival Donald Trump while warning there was still much work to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher has more.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November.
Simon Marks is in Chicago, and he's reporting that Democrats now need to sell Harris to all Americans.
All of this now will be focused on the need not just to galvanize Democrats in the arena, they're already galvanized, but to deliver the message to the wider audience, the television and internet audience of voters, that Kamala Harris has the capacity to win this election in November, and policies with which people can identify and relate.
Iran has hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. The FBI, National Intelligence Office, and Cybersecurity Agency also said Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, U.S. intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Caroline Malone, Washington.
And Indian doctors refusing to go back to work more than 10 days since the nationwide agitation started. They say they want the government to bring in a law to protect them after a medic was raped and murdered while at work. Doctors, interns, trainees across the country say they will continue to be on strike, which means that all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments will continue to be suspended, and only emergency services will continue to be provided from bureaus worldwide. This is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, real quick before we get back to the calls, one other question Cue Ball was asking about, I see from just this past day, in regards to RFK not being placed on the ballot. There's a number of state challengers seeking to throw RFK Jr. off of Georgia's November ballot. I told a judge Monday that the independent presidential candidate must be disqualified because of the New York address that he used on the Georgia ballot access petitions is a sham, in his words. It shows how a decision by a New York court last week finding Kennedy doesn't live at the address in the New York City suburbs and being used to attack his ballot access in other states. The judge ruled Kennedy should not appear on New York ballots, but Kennedy's appealing that. In New York Monday, a trial opened in suburban Long Island in another lawsuit challenging Kennedy's place on the state's presidential ballot come November. In Georgia, challengers argue that because Kennedy used the New York address, his petition should be avoided or voided. The court found by clear, convincing evidence that petitioners had shown that his New York residence was a sham used for political purposes, according to lawyer Adam Sparks. That after the hearing on Monday, he doesn't live there. He claimed to on each and every sheet of his petition here in Georgia. That is improper. It invalidates the petition, full stop. But a lawyer for Kennedy presented an administrative law judge with Kennedy's voting history as evidence of his New York residency, stating that Mr. Kennedy has been a lifelong resident of the state of New York. Otter said the challengers are improperly trying to impose additional qualifications on a presidential candidate beyond those in the U.S. Constitution, which is that a person be at least 35 years old, born in the United States, and live in the country at least 14 years. He also challenged Kennedy's status as an independent. He argued that because Kennedy's running as the nominee of several parties in other states, including Kennedy's own We the People party, that Kennedy doesn't qualify as an independent under Georgia law. I don't know, the bickering, trying to keep him off the ballot for whatever reason. All right, we'll see what's happening with Knucklebuster. Good morning.
Well, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, you ended that show last night with a good one. You didn't need me at all to keep you awake during that loneliest hour. That's a good thing there. I want people calling in every night, too. So, Steve, dead men don't talk. And if you cremate that body, that DNA evidence won't tell you anything.
Gone.
Not much, anyway.
Yep.
So, yeah. I saw a headline where AOC tried to talk with a Southern accent, see? I thought that probably had to be funny. I ain't watched any of that Democratic convention, so I don't know. Hillary's from Chicago. She can't even speak like a redneck there. You would have to say, golly, Shazam, I better run go tell Sergeant Carter and Andy there. My goodness, mercy sakes alive. Well, guess what? See, Bubba said he was going to marry her and was going to name their first son Retardo. So I said, Bubba, you crazy, man. So anyway, I read where this Army widow is going to honor the memory of her late soldier husband with an epic 150K run. See, that's off of the Army Times there. She's going to run 93 miles. That's more running than I want to do.
You and me both.
Yeah. Well, I just want to know one thing, Steve. Does a woman ever sit back and think, my man sure does know a lot? Maybe I should just sit back and just be quiet and listen to him.
Oh, boy.
You think they ever think that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know that's crazy. A postcard with a vague note turned up 121 years late, Steve. That was over in England there, so I'm glad to know their post office don't function too well either there. Does Big Ed know that Oklahoma State is going to have a QR code on their players' helmets this year?
I'm not familiar. What's it supposed to take you to?
Well, they're going to put QR codes on the back of their helmets, have something to do with that name, image, likeness crap there. So,
okay.
Yep. That's off of TouchdownWireUSToday.com, I guess. I read on the drive that Honda still doesn't know what to name their EV. I got a suggestion for them, those two. Call it a Sunbeam Powder Puff. And then, let's see, got two other things here. Indianapolis Motor Speedway is auctioning off a $70 million Mercedes race car, Steve. Man, that I don't even have that kind of money. Well, this last couple of things here. Well, Trump and Reagan used to be both Democrats, but they turned out to be pretty good Republicans, didn't they?
All said and done, yes, they did.
Yeah. My brother sent me a text today, and he asked me why I was on the menu at this restaurant. The menu item was called a fat bastard, see? It had eggs, sausage. It had eggs, sausage links, sausage patties, bacon, grits, hash browns, pancakes, biscuits, and red-eye gravy, and the list went on, Steve. And that's all my baloney. And I'll try to call in again in that long list hour. Well, no, it might be too late for that. It's already 3:40 your time, so that's all my baloney for today, brother. Have a good day.
No, it's actually 2:40 in the Eastern time zone. But yes, we got a ways to go. Morning, Pappy.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, did I lose an hour somewhere? What? 8:40. Yeah, talking about Senator Higgins' report, Steve. His body got crazy. The reason he found out, he wanted to see the body. He wanted to examine the body.
Yes.
Now, I don't know. With him being a senator, I don't know his background. If he was a doctor, I mean, why they would let him, as a senator, examine the body, I don't know if that would happen or not. But when he asked to examine the body, they told him, no, the body's been released by the FBI, man. Turned over to the parents. He was cremated. What?
Mm-hmm.
Things that just make you go home, Steve, I'm telling you. I still say, what's up with the parents? We've seen, heard, hide, nor hair. I get it. You don't want to be hounding these people, so to speak. But I still don't understand why nobody has FOIA'd the 911 call to the local police to report something was up with their son. They called to report him missing, and for what reason? Did they think he was suicidal? Did he leave a note?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think I said this before on your show. Did somebody maybe call him? I mean, what led them
to feel that
there was? We know he called in sick.
They felt something was awry. Yes.
We know he called in sick. No big deal. Told his employer that he'd be in tomorrow. And if you say, well, maybe they noticed the rifle was gone. Well, apparently he took that rifle shooting all the time. That shouldn't be anything to maybe concern them. So, I mean, for a parent to jump on the phone and call 911, why has nobody FOIA'd that 911 call and see what the parents are saying? See, there was a murder in Butler County. And shame on me for not knowing this firefighter's name. I just can't remember it. I guess I'm getting too old, man. But Josh, I should have had this thing written down. There was some conspiracy going on out there about why the FBI was conducting the investigation. Why wouldn't the Secret Service on Juneau put that to rest a long time ago, before this even ever took place? That they got a memorandum of understanding that there's an assassination attempt on the president, that the FBI will do the investigation.
Okay.
That way people don't think the Secret Service is trying to cover something up. The Secret Service screwed up. The FBI is supposed to do the investigation, and yep, the Secret Service screwed up, or the Secret Service didn't screw up. But we got a person that was murdered that day. So does Butler County have jurisdiction with that at all? Steve, do you remember on the JFK assassination, once the president was declared dead, they were getting ready to transport him back to D.C. Secret Service and local Dallas PD got in a pissing match at the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas was saying, you ain't taking him nowhere. This is a murder investigation, and we're investigating it. And Secret Service is saying, no, you ain't. It got to the point where a Secret Service agent pulled his revolver out. He said, we're taking the president back to D.C. Get out of our way. So Higgins' report did confirm a couple things. You know, there was 8 shots by Crook. There was 8 shell casings found on the roof. The 9th shot was by local LE. Whether he was counter sniper or what, I don't know. And apparently, the round from this law enforcement officer struck the buttstock of the AR, which destroyed the buffer tube inside. I don't know if anybody knows the workings of an AR, but there's a buffer tube that runs down that stock. It's got a spring in there. So if that thing was destroyed, that would disable that rifle. The rifle would not be able to eject the round, so to speak. It wouldn't be able to go back, you know, that buffer tube. Now, you know, I don't, you know, depending on how much knowledge Crook had of the operation and that, he might have been able to manually work it, but that's besides the point. So it's not like he got off 8 shots, 9 shot, disabled the rifle, which stopped him from being able to get off any more rounds. And the 10th shot was by the Secret Service. I think their call sign was Hercules 2. That was the counter sniper team. Mm-hmm. And in his report, according to the coroner, it sounds like that round did enter Crook's mouth.
Correct.
From Secret Service.
Entered the mouth, exited
that kind of confirms.
They said entered the mouth, exited the ear.
Yeah, his Crook's left ear, back towards his. That kind of confirms that photo I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's missing some teeth, man. Steve, there's another podcast I listen to. It's strictly a firearms type podcast. It's a special forces guy. He has his own business. In fact, he just opened a new training place. It's over in West Virginia. I don't know whether to give it. What the heck? Paramount Tactical. He does YouTube stuff. He keeps talking about, you know, you got to be careful what he does on YouTube. He does a lot of videos, and sometimes he has to tell everybody, this is where YouTube is going to shut me down here, so if you want to see the full video, go to Rumble. But this guy was Special Forces, Steve. He was a sniper. He decided out of his own pocket, worried that we weren't going to get to the truth, that he was going to go to Butler County, go to the crime scene, actually be there and try to get a sense of what it was like there. He had some help. Buddy of his has a very advanced drone, okay, capable of going 3D mapping and everything, and he did a detailed mapping. They wouldn't let him on the property. He was allowed to go up. He contacted law enforcement before he even went down. They still got it shut down. They wouldn't actually let him on the property, but they did let him fly that drone over. And he did a podcast on that, and it was pretty pretty detailed. He actually was able to put the drone where each counter sniper team was, and could show line of sight from the first Hercules 1, I guess, that tree was a line of sight problem for the first sniper team, and that was their coordinate. They had that 180 degrees from straight ahead to their right, okay, which is where Crook would have been, to the right of the president. If you're looking behind the president, right, the sniper teams are behind the president. If they are looking forward over the president's shoulders, that counter sniper team on the right would have had everything from Trump all the way 180 degrees to the right. The counter sniper team that actually took the shot would have had everything from Trump's shoulder left. So he got that drone in each position of them counter sniper teams and they had drew a straight line, and actually did the elevations and everything. And technically, with the rise of the stage and the height of Trump and the height of that building that Crooks was on, Crooks' rifle was almost dead nut parallel with Trump. Wasn't like he was shooting down, maybe just a foot or two. There wasn't much elevation at all, because I guess the grade of the land, right? Once you got off the property, the grade of the land kind of went down, so that building was set down a little bit, that whole building. So it was very interesting, and they even went up to the tower, and they debunked. There was talk about somebody on the tower. That has been debunked.
Okay.
They also did an audio analysis of the gunshots. There's nothing at all, nothing to suggest there was a second shooter, like in the JFK thing, right? The grassy knoll and all this stuff. Nothing to suggest that there was anybody else there assisting Crook. Now, I guess what Bongino, what Q-Ball was talking about, is, did he have help, though? I mean, all these things are starting to add up. Remember I told you about the Pakistani guy that was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit assassination of Trump? Right?
Correct.
Was arrested on the 12th, right? At an airport. Steve, was Crooks under the watchful eye of the FBI, or you follow me here? Did they have info, or was there an undercover agent involved in this or anything, or were they watching him and maybe he just got away from them? Thinking maybe the plan was he was going to hit a different place at a different time? Or did they let it happen if they knew about it? He's speculating here, man. They are claiming that there's no social media, anything in his phones that can't get in there, on the computers at home. Everything's been wiped clean, Steve. And I'm telling you, just like Bongino was saying, I've seen our detectives take phones all the time. Steve, you cannot erase everything. I don't care what anybody says. How many times have we said it? Once you put something out over the internet, it's out there. There's no hiding it. So what are they hiding? What do they know? What are they hiding? There's another rumor out there that maybe his parents are a little whacked out leftists. I don't know. That's strictly rumor, Steve. With nobody putting anything out on the parents, not putting any blame on the parents at all here. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just, some questions that just don't get answered. I don't know. Hey, on the JFK, Steve, I think when Biden was in the race, he was going to hurt Biden, not Trump. However, Biden's no longer in the race, it's Harris. So I don't know, man. This whole deal with JFK,
right.
I was not convinced at all that he was going to hurt Trump. Now, with Harris in the race, why are the Democrats taking him off the ballot, Steve? If they thought he was going to hurt Trump, why are they trying to take him off the ballot?
That's a valid question. Yeah, I mean, you'd think anything that's going to hurt Trump, they'd want him to be there for sure, as many states as possible.
Yeah. Right. And one quick last thing, and I'll get off here. I know it's getting to the top of the hour here, Steve, but I forget where I heard this at. Maybe it was Bongino. I don't know. But boy, was the government the biggest sneakery that the government did here, Steve, when it comes to our taxes, is the auto payroll tax. When your employer automatically takes your taxes out of your check every week or every 2 weeks. What you don't see, you don't miss, right?
Right.
If the average American person had to write a check to the government at the end of the month and pay the government the taxes that they had to pay all that month, it might wake them up and realize how much money they're actually giving the government. Think of that. Just like writing a mortgage check, right? At the end of the month, you got to send the government all your tax money. People start writing checks for $1,000, $2,000 to the government
every month. Every month.
Where the hell is all my money going to, and why am I paying all this money? I'm not getting nothing back in return. All right, Steve. Appreciate it. Great show, man. Great show.
Thank you very much. Good to have you on board. Okay, we will get the news break. And back with more as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Indeed, here comes a hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama have led a rousing endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the crowd, they delivered blistering attacks on her Republican rival Donald Trump while warning there was still much work to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher has more.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Simon Marks is in Chicago and he's reporting that Democrats now need to sell Harris to all Americans.
All of this now will be focused on the need not just to galvanize Democrats in the arena, they're already galvanized, but to deliver the message to the wider audience, the television and internet audience of voters, that Kamala Harris has the capacity to win this election in November, and policies with which people can identify and relate. That latter part is still going to be the tallest order that Democrats have to engage in here and beyond Chicago.
Iran has hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. The FBI, National Intelligence Office, and Cybersecurity Agency also said Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Caroline Malone, Washington.
And Indian doctors refusing to go back to work more than 10 days since the nationwide agitation started. They say they want the government to bring in a law to protect them after a medic was raped and murdered while at work. Doctors, interns, trainees across the country say they will continue to be on strike, which means that all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments will continue to be suspended, and only emergency services will continue to be provided at major hospitals across the country. The strike is now in its 10th day, and doctors say that they will not call off their demonstration until the Indian government brings in a legislation that guarantees them safety at their workplace. The United Nations has been told of both heightened tensions and anxieties in Lebanon amid concerns of war breaking out there. Nearly daily exchanges of fire between Israel and the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah have continued since the beginning of the war in Gaza last October. Mitch McCann has more.
Imran Risa, who leads the United Nations humanitarian work in Lebanon, said that in the last 3 weeks, tensions in the country have been at their highest peak. Speaking to the UN press briefing via Zoom, Mr. Risa said a full-scale war in Lebanon would be devastating, and he added we desperately need success. The situation in the country has deteriorated since war broke out between Israel and Hamas, due to the intensification of strikes between Israel and Hezbollah across the Blue Line, which is the name given to the boundary between Lebanon and Israel in the absence of an agreed-upon border. Mr. Risa highlighted the growing humanitarian crisis, saying 3.7 million people are now in need, at a time when he says more resources and funding needs to be allocated to the country. Mitch McCann, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The main news again. On day 2 of the Democratic Convention, the Obamas throw their weight behind Kamala Harris and deliver a blistering attack on Donald Trump while warning there's still much work to be done to defeat him. Iran hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Simon & Simon solve the case in mods and semis. Another of Polling's royal families wins one for their trophy case. All this as part of a record-breaking Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Despite the disheartening weather forecast, the 57th National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio was able to bring 23 of 26 classes to their conclusions and award all 13 of its championship rings. Also crowned were the first 3 NTPA Grand National Champions of 2024. Let's have a look back at this incomparable 3-day stretch of NTPA Championship pulling. In light superstock, Josh Blackburn piloted Chris Meintz's hole shot to a win in the tractor's first NTPA national appearance. Wellington and Canton remain on the division schedule. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross and Triple Bypass won their 9th and 10th in a sweep, but it took a shovel to clean up some internals after Saturday's destructive pass. In Superstock Open, 6 tractors arrived with a realistic chance at the title. The extremely armed and dangerous of Terry Blackburn got it done for his 5th such accolade in the Opens. But 23 champ Zane Daly and Rutten Deer 2 got the walk-off winner Saturday, and John Strickland's Galat 2 was dominant Friday and claimed the jewelry. In High Torque Super Farm, Brooke Ferris won his 3rd straight BG ring with Absolutely Nuts. Ferris won on Friday and had already clinched the event championship when rain stopped the show on Saturday. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Brian Schrammick won his 1st ring since 2012 with Son Braden's Youngblood on the strength of a 1st and a 6th. Chance McGrath and his Last Chance 2 won Saturday, and Brent Myers lead with injected funds over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy Shrank with 5 hooks to go. In CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, Mason Theobald won his storied family's first ever BG ring with Wicked. The McDonald-Richardson partnership on Suffering Sanity now holds the division lead, heading to the Canton closeout. In 4-wheel drive, of the 32 rings thus far awarded, Jim and Paul Holman have won 10. Their foreplay was second to Mason Brizanine's Cut Loose on Thursday and won it all on Saturday. Meanwhile, Mark Mangan's advantage with the Outlaw has swelled to an insurmountable 30 points, and he'll earn his 2nd title in Wauseon. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine will have a gemstone to polish after a 5th to Cody Hastings Against the Grain and a 2nd to Jonathan Wascov's Coal Mine Express. They'll settle it all on Sandwich's Thursday truck night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, the drivers wanted Peterbilt of R.J. Simon overcame a 5-point deficit to Brian Elthorpe's 2-time champ Nicky's Nightmare to win his 1st truck title and earn a sweep for the ring. In Modified Mini, Ken Veeney drew ever closer to Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity with double wins aboard Fun Little Farmall. They'll finish it off across 2 One Hook Friday events in Wellington and Wauseon. In GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified, rookie Johnny Payne piloted Limitless to a 2nd and a 1st for the best weekend average and the ring to go with it. But R.J. Simon won the war with Simon Says for his 1st Modified division title. In Modified, RJ's brother Brandon got his own sweep with a 4-engine edition of Simon Says. With that, the defending champ trimmed several points off the margin of season-long leader Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, after Joe Ader dominated the Thursday opener, he had to park his Emax for repairs. That swung the door wide open for Ricky Rose and Giddy Up to get a Saturday night win and Rose's 2nd overall ring. Ader's scratch also let Adam Bowers cross-threaded back into the race with only Wellington remaining. Speaking of which, here comes the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, Ohio on August 23rd. Full Pole.live for the cast in an early 6 p.m. start. Before then, it's Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday and Hicksville, Ohio on Thursday in Region 2, and afterward it's Wyowega, Wisconsin on Saturday in Terramax Region 3. NTPAPULL.com for all you need to know. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, so the much anticipated Bowling Green, Ohio in the books. Again, after a forecast that you could see a lot of rain, it turned out to be a pretty darn good weekend. Pool Town, USA, as they like to call it. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Rolling into Hump Day.
I heard that, man. I don't know what to think about after those 3 guys that you just had on, man. Gee whiz, dude. You had Cue Ball on, and you had Knuckle Buster and Pappy. Oh, my. I don't know what to say after hearing those guys for the last hour or more. So, I'm going to talk a little bit, Steve, about Polaris Dawn. Now, you know about that mission, right?
Maybe refresh my memory.
Okay, so Polaris Dawn is launching next week from Cape Canaveral on a SpaceX. It's a totally commercial crew flight that's going to do an EVA which means they're going to get out of the vehicle in space. Have you heard about that one?
I don't think I have. It's kind of like a spacewalk. So what is the purpose? What are they going to be working on?
Okay, so SpaceX has gone in with this Iserman guy who has went up before on SpaceX's capsules. He did one of the inspiration ones. This is going to be an inspiration flight, they call it. And this time, it's going to be fully commercial, paid for. NASA didn't front any of the money. Full commercial paid for flight. And they're actually going to open the top of the capsule. They're going to decompress the capsule and vent it. So the whole capsule will be exposed to vacuum. They're going to get out. Two of them are going to do an EVA, which basically means they're going to go outside. They're not going to go, I don't believe they're going to go out all the way tethered out like, say, Ed White did in Gemini 4. But they're going to go out there. They're also going to be doing scientific experiments on the way back. But it's going to be a crazy thing. What do you think, Steve?
So, the concern in spacewalks, whose space suits are they using? Are these like SpaceX? Or NASA space suits? What's protecting the astronauts when they get out?
SpaceX has designed the suits. They're a full suit for this, and it's an EVA suit. It's kind of like the suit that they use when they launch their crew flights to the ISS, and it's going to be totally different than what we see. The suits they look just almost identical to the ones that you see them in now, what they call the vehicle ones. But it's a totally new thing that SpaceX done. They've went in and redesigned everything. These guys have had over 2,000 hours of training just in a simulator to do this. They've been in a vacuum chamber. The whole capsule, they've had the capsule inside a whole vacuum chamber and went down to, taking the pressure away, went down to full vacuum with it. They've done the oxygen training, whereas they put oxygen and nitrogen together in your body so they can get your oxygen levels down. They've done that. They've done all the decompression training that you can do. It's a pretty involved process, Steve. I don't think I'd want to be involved with it. Would you?
I prefer to probably stay a little closer to the Earth than getting out of the ship in space. That's scary.
The thing that kind of scares me about the situation is they're going to vent down the capsule and take the capsule. Everything inside and out of the capsule will be vacuum. So picture if you were in an airplane up in, say, like 33,000 feet, and they're going to do it slowly. They're not going to do it like immediately. Yeah. But picture if you were at altitude in an airplane and you took all the pressure out of there and you went from the 14 pounds per square inch that we normally are substandard to in regular day-to-day stuff and take you down to where there's where there's nothing. And I'm really concerned myself about microparticles. Now, when you open up the door on a spacecraft, in the shuttle era, you went from inside the shuttle to an airlock. That airlock, basically, when they took the air out of it, then they went outside, the particles went in that airlock and they stayed there. Well, now you're venting down the inside of the spacecraft and you're putting everything inside the spacecraft that's on the outside of it, for lack of a better way of saying it. And when you repressurize it, we don't know what those microparticles are going to turn into when they have pressurization hit them. Does that make sense? If that makes sense to you. It's one of those things that we've got to see that's happened. Steve, there's only been 3 people that have been killed on orbit, and they weren't in the United States. They actually were in the Soviet Union on Soyuz 11, and they were coming back from a deal for their space station that they would put together, and they turned the wrong valves on the aircraft, or on the spacecraft, I should say, and made it decompress while they were coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 guys got killed on orbit. There's only been 3 people, and I don't mean to be morbid or anything, but there's a lot of people don't know what space can do to you and why we're not supposed to be there, kind of. I mean, I've said this before, there's a reason why we're not really supposed to be in space, but it's one of those things that if you're going to have to overcome that, you're going to have to design a lot of stuff to do it. And they put a lot of time into it. I actually saw the press conference with the crew yesterday, and they explained verbatim what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, how they're going to do it. The suits were, I think they were almost like 5 years in the making with the suit, because they've had so many variants of the suit before it actually got to the part where the crew tested it. And then the crew did 2 years worth of testing on top of that with the suits. So, I mean, there's been a lot of testing done with these suits that they're wearing. Mm-hmm. It isn't like just going out there and with a regular suit and seeing if it works. They've done a lot of testing. So, but that's going to be taken off the 26th of this month, which is next week. And it's the Polaris mission.
Okay.
And it's something that we have to pay attention to it, because, your Starship that SpaceX is working on, these suits will be in that Starship. They said that these will be part of the Mars mission. This is part of the test stuff that SpaceX is doing for their Starship program, and they're testing into Mars. So there's a lot of things, and SpaceX wants to make it to where anybody can go into space. Anybody. They want to make it that way. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump off the politics a little bit, but it's something that
I'm sure. I
found out about it.
Your space missions are going to be very expensive, though. It's not going to. I guess the world's millionaires and billionaires, the only ones. It's pretty much what we've seen to this point, right? Only people that can afford to go to space. Absolutely.
The gentleman that's flying on this, that's leading the mission, his name's Iserman. Him and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are way up there in the money range. And Iserman is fronting the money. The guy that's on this mission is fronting the money for this mission. And they're also doing, guess what, Steve? They're doing donations to St. Jude's on this mission, too. So they're actually making money for St. Jude's organization while they're on flight. Now, this is crazy. I know it sounds like, what the heck is that? That come out of left field. But this guy is worth a lot of money, and he's going up there to try it. He said, if I'm going to put my money into it, I'm going to be into it. And these guys, the 4 people that are going up there, they've been training well over 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think Iserman and one other person are the only 2 that have been up there, and they were on the other Inspiration flight. The other 2 crew members have never been into space. The pilot of the mission is actually basically a retired U.S. Air Force fighter pilot who actually did testing and did all kinds of stuff with the Air Force. And I don't believe he's been into space. So we'll see how this plays out. It's going to be a new frontier for SpaceX. If they get this done and it goes legit and everything turns out all right, it's either going to make or break SpaceX. And it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. I'm listening to this conference yesterday and watching it, and I'm like, this is stuff like we had back in the 60s. The 3 people that I talked about earlier that perished, they perished in 1965. So they were in that area with Apollo and all that was happening, but it was over on Russia's side. But it's something that we need to pay attention to, because, it's going to be in the news just like the politics stuff, and it's going to be pretty big. I hope. Go ahead, buddy.
I said undoubtedly it is. I'm surprised I hadn't heard anything about it yet.
Yeah. a lot of people have been hyper-focused on a lot of different things here lately in the news. I mean, sure, we've been focusing a lot on Gaza and Israel. We've been focused on the election. We've been focused on natural disasters. We had the hurricane that, that we've been paying attention to a lot of that stuff. And the space is jumping back in there, so to speak. It's going to be big news next week when they take off. It's going to be all over the news. And we'll see how it plays out. I hope that they pull it off. In worst case scenario, they don't pull it off. That's not good. I mean, it's not good for SpaceX.
Right, right.
There is actually two of the crew members are going to be medical officers. I believe they are going to stay in the spacecraft when the EVA happens. 2 of them are going to stay in, and 2 of them are going to go out. And they're not going to go full out. I mean, they're just going to step outside. They have like a step that's built out of the nose cone of the capsule with a bar that they're going to get out there, and they got hand grabs, and they're tethered. It's not a big tether. It's not going to be a super long tether that's going to pull them out there. It's not going to be like back when the very first spacewalk with Ed White, which was Gemini 4, he did full on, I'm out there on the tether. I'm just hanging on with a rope type of thing. And they're not going to do that kind of stuff. It's going to be very short. Each crew member will go out once, and that's it. Because they have to get that craft pressured back. They're carrying a lot of oxygen. They're carrying a lot of nitrogen. They're carrying a lot of different chemicals and gases and stuff to keep everything right. Because you think about it, Steve, when you vacuum down the inside of that spacecraft, you're actually going to have to make sure that everything inside of it can handle vacuum. So if you have anything in there that the vacuum could harm or could start a fire or could start anything, you can't have that. You have to have it where everything inside that spacecraft can handle the vacuum of space. I mean, now that's a little different than handling temperature. Now those suits that they're wearing and those shields, they're actually got these special shields that are oxidized a special way to where they don't get like the direct sun in their face that could burn them. Because you think about the direct sunlight up there, you don't have anything protecting you with sunlight. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's a pretty big accomplishment. And if they can pull it off, hey, kudos to them. It's one of those things. So, but I just thought I'd touch on that this morning. I got to get in here. I'm running a little behind, but y'all have a good day. And if everybody just think about space, we'll talk to you later, man.
Very good. Yeah, I see that's on a Monday morning. So what's it listing here? 3:38 a.m. I mean, it's the kind of thing that we might be able to, if we can get a live feed, we might, because we've done that before. I'm sure undoubtedly the SpaceX channel will be carrying that, and YouTube channels and all, space.com. Probably, I would assume the NASA channel. That's pretty cool. The Polaris Dawn mission. So I pulled it up. Launching American billionaire Jared Isaacman and 3 others on a 5-day flight to attempt the world's first private spacewalk. The first of 3 Polaris program space flights with SpaceX. The second personally financed by Isaacman. So there you go, August 26th. That is a Monday, 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, there's a four-hour launch window there. But it's a Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon capsule known as Resilience, which this will be that capsule's 3rd time into space, 3rd flight. Isaacman, mission commander, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel retired Scott Poteet, otherwise known as Kid, as the pilot. Sarah Gillis, SpaceX lead space operations engineer for astronaut training as mission specialist, and Anna Menon, lead operations engineer for crew operations development missions specialist and medical officer. The 4 private astronauts. Less than a week away now from a launch that's been 2 years of training just for this mission that they hope will include the world's first private spacewalk. That's pretty cool. They announced the mission back in 2022. They're going to be testing, these will be brand new space suits for SpaceX during a planned 2-hour spacewalk during that 5-day mission. According to Polaris Dawn, we'll have some brand new snacks in space when they launch on SpaceX's Crew Dragon Resilience. Doritos, they say, is flying a brand new type of safe for space zero-gravity Cool Ranch Doritos. What a way to get a plug, right? The limited edition flavor is available for sale online. It contains an oil-based coating to keep the Doritos classic powdered topping from floating away in weightlessness. Okay. The limitless possibilities of space inspired us to push the boundaries of what is possible, according to the chief creative officer of PepsiCo Foods North America, a.k.a. the manufacturer of Doritos. This is a testament to our commitment delivering bold experiences and flavors, even in the most unexpected places. Well, okay. And they've got a full report about the Space Doritos under the, I guess it's collectspace.com. Now, see, when we were kids and we were following the Apollo missions, what are some of the things we learned about when it comes to space? As kids, I don't think it tasted worth a crap, but we all had to drink Tang. You know, the orange space drink, Tang. How many of you remember eating space ice cream? Dehydrated ice cream. I mean, it was kind of a crunchy. I thought it was gross, but it was just to be the cool thing. Space ice. What else did we have? I don't know. Was Ovaltine? I don't think Ovaltine was a part of the space project. It was the Tang thing. But all right, let's get a news break in here. Memories. Back to the calls coming up. It's 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up here at the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama have led a rousing endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the crowd, they delivered blistering attacks on her Republican rival Donald Trump, while warning there was still much work to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher has more.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November.
Simon Marks is in Chicago, and he's reporting that Democrats now need to sell Harris to all Americans.
All of this now will be focused on the need not just to galvanize Democrats in the arena, they're already galvanized, but to deliver the message to the wider audience, the television and internet audience of voters, that Kamala Harris has the capacity to win this election in November, and policies with which people can identify and relate.
Iran has hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. The FBI, National Intelligence Office, and Cybersecurity Agency also said Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Caroline Malone, Washington.
And Indian doctors refusing to go back to work more than 10 days since the nationwide agitation started. They say they want the government to bring in a law to protect them after a medic was raped and murdered while at work. Doctors, interns, trainees across the country say they will continue to be on strike, which means that all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments will continue to be suspended and only emergency services will continue to be provided. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Get back to your calls here momentarily. Let me get to I teased earlier, trying to link everything. They're literally calling it the Vehicle to Everything technology, V2X. Although V2X technology is expected to play a major role in transportation in the not-too-distant future, stakeholders and government officials have raised national security concerns about the new technology. What the heck is this stuff? V2X technology is essentially a suite of technologies that allow our vehicles to send and receive information in real time. The goal is for our vehicles to communicate with other vehicles, drivers, pedestrians, and their surroundings. It involves the combination of the following. First of all, you've got V2V. That's vehicle to vehicle. Crash avoidance, lane-changing technologies. Advanced V2V could detect a car slamming its brakes, informing vehicles behind it to avoid a pileup. Number 2, V2I, vehicle to infrastructure, aka smart traffic lights and parking meters that could relay information, or autonomous vehicles could identify road markings. Then you've got V2P, vehicle to pedestrian. Potential examples include detecting bicyclists, strollers, or people with visual impairment. Now, right now, there are no vehicles on the road that can communicate with other vehicles. Volvo has a V2V system that can alert other Volvo vehicles of slippery roads and other hazards. However, the cloud-based network cannot communicate with other manufacturers' vehicles. Now, they say truck platooning, which we're familiar with. That's another example of current V2V technology. This massive amount of communication will require large networks to facilitate the flow of information. In 1999, the FCC allocated most of the 5.9 gigahertz band to transportation-related communications. However, the FCC took a lot of it away in November of 2020. Vehicle-to-everything technology has the potential to save lives, increase fuel efficiency, and save people time and money, they say. All right, there's so many cooks in the kitchen, as they say. The Department of Transportation's Vehicles to Everything plan attempts to coordinate all aspects of the technology deployment to ensure all stakeholders are on the same page and equipped to perform their roles. Acting much like a project manager, the DOT has set short, medium, and long-term goals to provide some level of certainty for stakeholders. To help everyone meet these goals, the federal government will provide technical assistance and seed funding and will push for the FTC to reallocate the entire 5.9 gigahertz spectrum to transportation communications. Nothing in the vehicle-to-everything deployment plan is binding, nor does it imply dedicated funding without having the effect of legislation or regulation. It's meant to serve as kind of a roadmap for stakeholders while offering some resources. Back in June, the DOT awarded $60 million in grants for 3 various vehicle-to-everything deployment projects. All right, in the short term, from now to 2028, the DOT wants 20% of the national highway system to have vehicle-to-everything technology, with the top 75 metro areas having 25% of signalized intersection vehicle-to-everything capabilities. The plan calls for at least 2 vehicle manufacturers to commit to 5.9 gigahertz capable vehicles by the model years 2028. Those goals nearly double by 2031 and double again by 2036. In about 10 years, the DOT's plan calls for the entire national highway system to have vehicle-to-everything technology and 75% of the nation's intersections to be equipped with the technology. By 2036, 6 manufacturers could have vehicles capable of using the technology, with 20 vehicle models fully vehicle-to-everything capable. It sounds like big plans, but what can I say? There was a time when we talked about people carrying around a little device where you could actually visually talk to someone else, and we all thought, you're nuts. That was all just part of the Jetsons when we were kids. That is reality, We are carrying in the palm of our hands more computer technology than they had in the early space missions, a.k.a. Apollo. And so, it sounds ambitious, but at the same time, the hackers are going to be exploiting every opportunity they get. We've got all this discussion about freight theft right now. What happens when you maybe hack into a trucking operation? There's a high-value load out there, and they're in the middle of nowhere, Montana. Let's just shut that vehicle down. We'll offload all that freight and be gone before anyone's any wiser. Things you have to think of. Speaking of which, that's a good point to mention quickly. The American Transportation Research Institute is asking for input from the trucking industry about that growing problem of cargo theft. This past day, or actually on Monday, ATRA put out a call for motor carriers and brokers to participate in a survey to help researchers better understand cargo theft types, the frequency, the geography, the commodities that are being targeted, as well as to identify successful maybe counter strategies used by both motor carriers and freight brokers. The American Transportation Research Institute has opted to study cargo theft more closely after industry stakeholders reported an uptick. The FBI estimates that cargo theft costs $15 to $30 billion annually. The group says this is an important data gathering initiative because many industry stakeholders are hesitant to publicly provide cargo theft data. Now, cargo theft is pervasive. It will not go away without a collaborative effort. According to the vice president of TCW, with accurate cargo theft data, the industry will be able to quantify the issue and work more effectively with law enforcement and commercial insurance to combat this increasingly costly problem. So the American Transportation Research Institute. Hey, horse feathers!
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, we got another 4 o'clock start thing going on today. So
I kind of figured.
But anyway, so I guess we should start the day out with, hey, Mike. What day is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, already.
Hump day. Just like that.
There you go. Just like that. So your space mission you were talking about there, I had seen a little bit about that. And they were saying one of the things that they were going to be looking at is whatever part of the upper atmosphere, outer atmosphere, almost no atmosphere that they're going to be in when they do that spacewalk. The world protects us from a lot of things, a lot of bad things that are out there, like Philip was saying. But one of them that you don't see is radiation. So when those two astronauts are out of the space capsule and the hatch is open on the space capsule, one of the things I guess they're going to be watching is what the effects of the radiation is on the astronauts and what it'll do to the interior of the capsule while the capsule's open in the zero, the zero gravity, vacuum pressure, no pressure, in the vacuum. So that's something else to watch there, not just the stuff that's flying around, but it's also the stuff that, is just out there, is just part of it, is just, what's normal going through space. So anyways, I hope they don't come back with like some we got them sea monsters and stuff, you got that Loch Ness monster and then Champ up there in Lake Champlain. I hope something like that doesn't get in the capsule and they bring back to Earth with them like that, But you never know what might happen out there, what type of microorganism or whatever might be floating around on something that. So
that's weird.
So, anyways, yeah. The thing is that you got to think about space like we think about terrorists. And the first thing you got to think about terrorists is we can't think like terrorists because, 20-some years ago, who would ever thought of flying a commercial airline into the World Trade Center? I mean, it wasn't even, some of the anti-terrorist people probably had it on their radar. But as normal, general day-to-day people, we grown up with the hijacking of the airliners, on the run, there in the airports, and they'd have the standoff for how many hours or days, and occasionally there'd be one up in the air that would be hijacked to go somewhere. But nobody ever thought about somebody taking over a plane to fly it into a major building. And so you kind of got to think about space in ways that you never have ever imagined things. So anyways, and speaking of things to think about in ways you never imagined them. Now, what happens if you're talking about these trucks and, the loads being stolen?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if one of these bad element people finds a way to hack into like a broker system to find out who has the load and then actually just redispatches the load to either their set-up company, or maybe they have a legal company and they redispatch the load to themselves, so when they go to the guard shack, they actually have all the right stuff, and then they go and pick up the load to steal it that way. I mean, you don't have to have, the legal people pick up the load and bring it off-site and then try to get a hold of it. You could actually just steal the load right out of the brokering system and go in and pick it up yourself.
Yeah.
And if you had a legal carrier system that was set up, nobody would be the wiser of them going in to pick it up. So I don't know, just as I say, things out of the ordinary to think about to try to, figure out what's going on. So the other day I mentioned a video I saw there of I believe it was a Mercedes that ran into the back of a trailer at a high rate of speed, and I wasn't sure where it was. The video, really didn't ever say, much detail about it. I came across another thing with it through the fire stuff, and apparently it was down in the Palm Beach area, Florida, and it didn't elaborate what the speed was when the vehicle hit the back of the trailer or went under the back of the trailer. The driver was dead on the scene, and but yeah, so that video I posted the other day there on I believe it was the fan page, and I think I actually forwarded this story on to the fan page as well, and I guess in the comments there was a way to get back to the video if you hadn't seen it. But there was one of the other vehicles on the highway there that actually caught it on video as it went by them. I'm not sure if they had it when it went by them, but it was the complete aftermath as they rolled up on the scene behind where the car had actually, probably a quarter mile before they got to where the accident was the rear axle of the trailer.
Yes.
And then they got up to the accident scene with the video. But yeah, pretty scary stuff, pretty amazing of what speed can do. I don't know, other than that, we got kind of a quiet night. We saw some of the videos out of Connecticut. What impressive things water can do.
Mm-hmm.
As you say, don't mess with water. Water is a dangerous thing, and but just the power, the strength, and where things have been for a lot of years, things aren't anymore. So, anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we just got a normal Wednesday going on here, waiting for 4:00, and the moon's out there pretty bright, not quite as full as it was last night, but it certainly is brighter than it was. And I guess we got a little bit of a couple chilly days. It's going to be nice, and
yep.
And then we're back into the warm. It's going to be in the 80s, I guess, for the weekends, and they're talking 90 degrees back next week, Your Honor. So
until
I
about
guess we'll have to see what
midweek, and then all of a sudden, the bottom falls out again. That's what they're telling us. So from fall back to summer, then back to fall, up and down we go. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thanks for the heads up there, Roki. That's funny. I'll step out and catch that here. For our region, now we're southwest Ohio, but yeah, you'll be able to see this from many, many states. It's the International Space Station flying over. 5:29 a.m. this morning from south-southwest, headed to the east-northeast. So it's probably coming up across Texas, and we'll be able to. You'll be able to see it, and before it gets out of your line of sight, it'll be all the way up into, probably heading toward Quebec or out over the northern Atlantic there. He said, I saw it yesterday morning. I got out the binoculars and I saw the sign that said, Elon, help. Yeah, that's funny. For the astronauts that are stuck up there. Help, Elon. To the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, I tell you what, they putting these computers in cars now, and they trying to make them talk to each other. Yeah, you kind of stole my thunder when you were talking about them getting hijacked. Someone's going to go in with a computer virus and screw the whole world up, I tell you. Excuse me about that. Well, I got this anti-collision avoidance thing on the tractor, and I was at a Love's truck stop a couple of days ago, and as I was pulling out of the fuel stop, one of them damn black birds you'd find at a grocery store parking lot or over there at the zoo, he was hopping towards me. And you know what this damn thing did? It overrode my stepping on the gas and fully applied the brakes in the fuel island. I mean, what kind of a moron program something like that? It's
a bird. Good night, I tell you. Well, I was talking to Heatwave, and he said he talked to you, and you mean cold cuts don't come from Coldcutta, India?
No, you big dummy. It's he tried to explain it to you.
Well, Ellie's talking about a New Delhi over there. I figured, they must be shipping the cold cuts from Coldcutta to New Delhi. I mean, I didn't know. What the hell? I'm bound to the States. I'm not bound to the world. Anyways, yeah. Well, the September Labor Day thingy's coming up here pretty soon. You want us there by the Friday before? You want us there Saturday morning so we can have the great Labor Day party at the compound, or what do you want us to do?
I'm thinking.
I'll bring the cigars if no one else is going to.
Timing-wise, I think party ends there what is that, Monday at about 9 p.m. So show up about 8:30.
Oh, yeah.
8:30 Monday. Does that sound good?
AM or PM?
PM.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, all right. You got that filter system all set up to clean up the water after we truck drivers get in with our hairy bods?
Oh, boy, yes.
If I got to get my...
I'll be the filter be working overtime.
Sure. Yeah.
Overtime, and I'll have to... How much backwashing am I going to have to do when you guys leave?
Oh, I don't know. He probably ought to pour in a couple of gallons of bleach, chlorine, make sure that water is nice and germ-free by the time we get there and bacterial-free. So, yeah.
I may have to empty the damn pool based on the way you guys clean up. Are you with me? Let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Barack and Michelle Obama have led an endorsement for Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the Democrat supporters there, they delivered attacks on her Republican rival, Donald Trump, while warning there was still much to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher reports.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November.
The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's ended his latest tour of the Middle East with a renewed appeal for a ceasefire in Gaza. He says the US would not agree to any long-term occupation of the territory by Israel. The UK says it will ensure a surge in deportation flights of people in the UK illegally. It's part of plans to tackle illegal migration, including 100 new intelligence officers to disrupt people smuggling gangs. The opposition Conservatives say the plans won't make the required impact. Steve Smith from refugee charity Care for Calais says more safe routes to apply for asylum are needed.
We don't see Ukrainians dying in the Channel. We don't meet any of them camping, sleeping rough on the Calais coast, because there are safe and regulated routes to bring them into the country to put in their asylum claims.
Protesting doctors in India have refused to call off their strike a day after the country's Supreme Court announced it's setting up a task force to look into the safety of healthcare professionals. Tens of thousands of doctors have been protesting for more than a week after a medic was raped and murdered on the premises of a hospital in the eastern Indian city of Kolkata earlier this month. As Neha Punia reports, doctors say more needs to be done to ensure they're safe at work.
Doctors, interns and trainees across India will continue to be on strike, which means they are still continuing the suspension of all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments. Only emergency services will continue to be provided at major hospitals across the country. Protesting doctors say that they will not call off their demonstration until the Indian government brings in a law that guarantees them safety and protection at their workplace. A few weeks ago, you had a 31-year-old trainee doctor who was attacked in the hospital that she was working in while on an overnight shift in the eastern Indian city of Kolkata. Her badly brutalized body was found the next day, police later confirming she was sexually assaulted and then killed.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The UK's Ministry of Defence is spending millions of dollars to make sure its aircraft are protected on the digital battlefield. It's happening not far from the UK's most ancient monument. George Painter explains.
Just 6 miles from Stonehenge, on the outskirts of the small Wiltshire town of Amesbury, there is a highly defended MOD site called Boscombe Down. Now, this is where work is going to start soon on a building big enough for Chinook helicopters and F-35 fighter jets. Inside, they will test how well UK military aircraft and drones can withstand enemy attempts to jam their onboard computers and send them off course or even down. The government says electronic warfare, targeting GPS especially, is becoming more common. So they've given a £20 million contract to defence firm Kinetic to build this facility. It's being called a silent hangar because the chamber is designed to stop any of the radio frequency waves from escaping, so it won't affect air traffic control in the nearby area. It's due to open in 2026, but only people with high security clearance are probably ever going to get a look inside.
To recap the top stories, Barack and Michelle Obama have led the endorsements for Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic Convention in Chicago. The UK says it's going to ensure a surge in deportation flights of people in the country illegally. The US Secretary of State's ended his latest tour of the Middle East with a renewed appeal for a ceasefire in Gaza, and protesting doctors in India have refused to call off strikes after the Supreme Court announced a task force to look into the safety of healthcare professionals. There's lots more of our latest video and television reporting up at our Facebook page. Search Feature Story News. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Get that final hour underway on a hump day. Hey, Mike. So I hear him in the news break talking about cyber warfare. Yeah, concerns about some of our most technical military assets, the likes of F-35s, jamming GPS. They explicitly mentioned GPS warfare is becoming more and more common every day. And what were we just talking about? Trying to connect vehicles to everything. And everything connected is using GPS technology to communicate with one another. Now, there was one, we mentioned the 5.9 gigahertz spectrum, talking about the vehicle-to-everything deployment. That's one of the biggest safety concerns, they tell us. Standing in the way of vehicle-to-everything deployment is allocation of the 5.9 gigahertz spectrum and national security concerns. Vehicle-to-everything technology will rely heavily on the 5.9 gigahertz wireless spectrum to send information. Now, although 75 megahertz was originally reserved for transportation, the FCC made the lower 45 megahertz available to unlicensed uses like Wi-Fi, leaving only the upper 30 megahertz for transportation. The FCC argued that vehicle-to-everything was not utilizing the full spectrum and therefore didn't need it. However, stakeholders in the DOT have been fighting to reclaim the entire 5.9 gigahertz spectrum, arguing it's necessary for full deployment of V2X technology. The DOT has actually set up a web page dedicated to explaining the need for the full spectrum. Part of the deployment plan is also to reclaim the lower 45 megahertz. Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Commerce is addressing national security concerns surrounding connected vehicles. It sounds like, to me, every time government gets involved more and more in something, they tend to screw more and more up. And inevitably, years after the fact, they come back and, well, there were a lot of unintended consequences. We didn't see that coming. It didn't look like this on the paperwork. But, all too common. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was kind of daydreaming there. You were talking about all this, this new technology they're talking about, and I was thinking, remember years ago, Cincinnati Microwave used to advertise on your shows there, those radar detectors, laser detectors. Mm-hmm. They were illegal in a lot of states, but I know back that time I used to mess more with electronics, and some of those detectors would actually pick up the signals from, what they call the electric Indians, those signs that were telling you that there was something ahead or whatever.
And I was just thinking, I wonder if they hadn't been so concerned about a few people possibly beating a few speeding tickets, if they would have just left that company alone and other companies like that, how far down the pike they might have already been on all this communications between different vehicles, or some sort of stations, and that they might have been a whole lot farther down the road than what they are now. And as you mentioned, you can pretty much guarantee if the government gets involved with it, it's going to be some type of boondoggle, and it's going to be expensive.
Yep.
And I don't know, you were talking about the Democrat National Convention. Did you happen to see, or maybe you followed up on more of this? They've been talking about racist roadways for a long time there. And I just seen a little blurb today, and I didn't catch it all, but somewhere out on the West Coast, a governor has decided that there was an interstate somewhere that had cut through basically a slum project, a slum area or whatever, years ago. So they were going to plant trees on this roadway and shut it down or make a park out of it. I didn't have time to follow up on it. I'm sorry about that, but I thought to myself, now how in the world can they determine that was done specifically? Some had a racial component to it. I know for a fact that a lot of these cities and everything back then, when they had the interstates and the government was kicking in, they did use it for slum clearance projects to a certain extent in some places, but by and large, engineering determined where that road went, and also the cost of acquiring right-of-way. And many of those roads had been planned, long before they were actually constructed. So I was just curious. It might be, maybe there's kind of a slum area or downtrodden area or whatever you want to say it at the time, where a lot of there might have been a lot of racial people there. But I just thought they've been raiding the Highway Trust Fund forever, so there should have been plenty of money to keep everything, all the infrastructure up. So how are they going to determine, looking at the racial component today, exactly what it was back whenever that interstate was planned by, back in the Eisenhower administration? And the other thing I was thinking about, all they could talk about, I didn't watch much of the Democrat convention, basically none of it, so I shouldn't say all they want to talk about. But I just know one of the big themes is that the Democrats are unifiers, and the Republicans, they're diversified. Diversify wouldn't be the term to use here, but they're division, creating a lot of division. And it seems to me like that the Democrats are the ones always looking for some emotional issue to divide people. And this deal with the racist roadways, it's like, where in the world did they ever, how did they come up with that? And how are they going to define that? And how much is it going to cost us? So that was the main thing. When I seen that today, I thought, boy, here we go again. They're going to be shutting down roadways where, places, the various routes into industrial parks and all this other. They're going to create a lot of confusion there and a lot of extra expense. So it just kind of flabbergasted me. It's like, how in the world can they find something racist about just having a good road constructed somewhere? Because the two big places I'm familiar with was Indianapolis and Louisville, and I know that in both of those, the bypasses, they were created basically out in rural areas at one time, and the city has grown out to them by now. So it just flabbergasted, Steve. And as I was listening to you talking about the space and all this other stuff, we have made so much progress on so many areas, and then the Democrats want to turn around and try to dig up something racist about good modern roadways. Because when they had the old U.S. highway system or 2-lane system, as I was mentioning the other night, there's a vast amount of difference between the time that you can make running the super slab, as they used to call it, and running running the old highway system. And if you're on a hours of service log, after a while that translates into money. It's like you can get someplace in an hour versus having to take 3 hours, and that means you have 2 extra hours of logging time and 2 more hours of running. I don't know, depending on what you're getting paid anyway. It mounts up to a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it just amazes me, where in the world can the Democrats constantly pick up something that instead of going forward, as they claim they want to do, they keep wanting to go backwards. And that was about really just, I didn't know if you had seen that bit or not. I guess I have to look it up a little bit more, but I can't believe they're thinking about going out to interstates and starting some sort of a park or something. It's like, okay, so if you close the interstate down, where are people going to go? Somebody, it just, I don't know.
Who's brainstorming all this stuff? I mean, just looking, it's a solution looking for a problem, as they say, right? Solution looking for a problem. Back to cybersecurity. This had just come out this past day as well. The cybersecurity group Cisco Talos is warning Apple users to take action. They have identified 8 vulnerabilities in Microsoft applications for Mac operating system. Yeah, the apps in question are Outlook, 3 versions of Teams, PowerPoint, Excel, Word, and OneNote. Talos warns that hackers could inject malicious libraries into Microsoft's applications to gain their entitlements and user-granted permissions. We identified 8 vulnerabilities in various Microsoft applications for Mac operating system through which an attacker could bypass the operating system's permission model by using existing app permissions without prompting the user for any additional verification. If successful, the adversary could gain any privileges already granted to the affected Microsoft applications. For example, the attacker could send emails from the user account without the user noticing. They could record audio clips, take pictures, or record videos without the user interaction. Microsoft considers those issues low risk, and some of their applications, they claim, need to allow loading of unsigned libraries to support plugins and have declined to fix the issues. So they are advising Mac operating system users to what they call sandbox their apps. Do what? Sandboxing is designed to restrict access to resources and data. A sandboxed app can only access the resources it has explicitly requested through entitlements, they say. A Microsoft spokesperson told the Daily Mail that the surfaced cases do not pose a significant security risk, as the technique described requires the attacker to already have a certain level of access to the system. However, we have implemented several updates or updated for added protection. All right, at best, customers should keep their software updated and regularly review application permissions. Hackers. Everywhere you turn, right? 19 past the hour. Back to the calls after a quick time out, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme,
the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, maybe it's a sign of the times. As more and more states are legalizing recreational marijuana use around the country, the public take, good or bad, is shifting away from thinking it was a smart thing to do to legalize it. Americans' views on marijuana have shifted drastically over just the past 2 years, with a slight majority now viewing the drug as harmful to society. This was a Gallup poll released this past day, taken between July 1 and July 21. It found 54% of Americans said marijuana is negatively affecting society. 20% saying very negatively. 34% saying somewhat negatively. By contrast, 41% of respondents said marijuana either greatly or somewhat positively affects society. Now, if those numbers would be correct, overall, you would not see the legalization process occurring as we have so much in recent years. That 13-point difference shows a growing number no longer viewing marijuana as a harmless way to get a buzz or achieve a high. Just 2 years ago, Americans were more evenly divided, 50% viewing the drug negatively, 49% favorably. When asked how marijuana affects its users, 51% say the drug has a negative impact. 43% said the effects were positive. With the recreational use now legal, 24 states, more and more people are witnessing the effects the drug can have on society. Just last month, the National Transportation Safety Board Chair, Jennifer Homendy, warned that many states are far ahead on legalizing it, but way behind when it comes to traffic safety. A new study released last year found that marijuana-related traffic accidents requiring treatment in an emergency room rose 475% between 2010 and 2021. Although many Americans have increasingly negative views of cannabis, it's still viewed as a less harmful substance than tobacco, nicotine, and yes, even alcohol. When asked their opinion of 8 different substances, 97% viewed cigarettes as either very or somewhat harmful, claiming the top spot. 66% saying the same about marijuana. Okay. 25 past the hour. And Knucklebuster, what kind of bull-oney we got here?
Well, we don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. You know, Merle Haggard, he smoked it before he died there, so he had a lot of pain there. I guess old Willie, he still rolls them doobies, don't he?
It seems like he said he was going to stop smoking it, but he was going to still do the edibles or whatever, because I guess it was taking a toll on his lungs. He still does his THC one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely there. So, well, I ain't got a long talk this time. I'm coming into Atlanta, Georgia. So, wait a minute, I pronounced that wrong. Georgia, right? Hey, been a great show. We've had all kinds of conversations tonight, conspiracy theories, and you name it. So, that's all my bull on it for right now. I'm trying to stay awake. You're doing a good job keeping me bored there. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. Entertained. I'm just kidding with you, Steve. All right, hey, yourself a great day, buddy. I'm gonna
all right, yeah, you do the same. All right, I guess we gotta. Would that be a dumbass of the week nominee? I would say yes. It wasn't a truck driver, but it was at a truck stop. A man arrested in New York Friday after running over a truck stop employee while fleeing with stolen beer. This was the Pilot truck stop in Salina, New York, just before the midnight hour Friday night. According to the local SYR News, 50-year-old Charles McGee stole beer from the store, and he was followed out by an employee of the truck stop. As McGee put his car in reverse, he struck the employee, knocking him to the ground. Employee was transported to a nearby hospital with minor injuries, but, you know, they have these things called cameras everywhere you turn, gas stations, truck stops. Obviously, officers located McGee's car in Syracuse a short time later, placing him under arrest. During his post-arrest interview, I guess he's down at the precinct there, right? He then reportedly damaged the wall and a table in the interview room. So he's just adding the charges on, you big dummy. I guess he spent his weekend in the clink, right? McGee has since been charged with felony robbery, felony assault, felony criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief in the 4th degree, and for the damaging of property. You big dummy. He wanted a beer. Well, I guess he got his beer, and now he gets to spend some time and pay the price. Hey, quickly, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that'll be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Whatever the engine may be, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil Storage. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama have led a rousing endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential bid at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In speeches which electrified the crowd, they delivered blistering attacks on her Republican rival Donald Trump, while warning there was still much work to be done to defeat him. Kate Fisher has more.
The Obama's speeches energized an already party atmosphere in the convention hall, with Democrats celebrating their nomination of the first ever black woman for the post of President of the United States. They called on voters to reject the policies of Donald Trump, which they said were about grievance and division, and instead they spoke about the renewal of hope. But they cautioned Democrats that they would have to work hard to keep this momentum going if they are to win in November.
Simon Marks is in Chicago, and he's reporting that Democrats now need to sell Harris to all Americans.
All of this now will be focused on the need not just to galvanize Democrats in the arena, they're already galvanized, but to deliver the message to the wider audience, the television and internet audience of voters, that Kamala Harris has the capacity to win this election in November, and policies with which people can identify and relate.
Iran has hacked into former U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign, according to U.S. security agencies. The FBI, National Intelligence Office, and Cybersecurity Agency also said Tehran tried unsuccessfully to breach the Biden-Harris campaign.
Iran seeks to stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions, US intelligence officials said in a joint statement announcing a security breach into Trump's campaign. A few days ago, Trump advisor Roger J. Stone said his Hotmail and Gmail accounts had been compromised. Media outlets, including New York Times and Washington Post, have also reported receiving internal campaign records, such as a dossier on J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Iran has denied the hack and said the allegations are unsubstantiated and devoid of standing. But the intelligence community said in a statement it is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Caroline Malone, Washington.
And Indian doctors refusing to go back to work more than 10 days since the nationwide agitation started. They say they want the government to bring in a law to protect them after a medic was raped and murdered while at work. Doctors, interns, trainees across the country say they will continue to be on strike, which means that all elective surgeries and outpatient treatments will continue to be suspended, and only emergency services will continue to be provided. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Simon & Simon solve the case in mods and semis. Another of Polling's royal families wins one for their trophy case. All this as part of a record-breaking Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Despite the disheartening weather forecast, the 57th National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio was able to bring 23 of 26 classes to their conclusions and award all 13 of its championship rings. Also crowned were the first 3 NTPA Grand National Champions of 2024. Let's have a look back at this incomparable 3-day stretch of NTPA Championship pulling. In light superstock, Josh Blackburn piloted Chris Meintz's hole shot to a win in the tractor's first NTPA national appearance. Wellington and Canton remain on the division schedule. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross and Triple Bypass won their 9th and 10th in a sweep, but it took a shovel to clean up some internals after Saturday's destructive pass. In Superstock Open, 6 tractors arrived with a realistic chance at the title. The extremely armed and dangerous of Terry Blackburn got it done for his 5th such accolade in the Opens. But 23 champ Zane Daly and Rutten Deer 2 got the walk-off winner Saturday, and John Strickland's Galat 2 was dominant Friday and claimed the jewelry. In High Torque Super Farm, Brooke Ferris won his 3rd straight BG ring with Absolutely Nuts. Ferris won on Friday and had already clinched the event championship when rain stopped the show on Saturday. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Brian Schramek won his 1st ring since 2012 with Son Braden's Youngblood on the strength of a 1st and a 6th. Chance McGrath and his Last Chance 2 won Saturday, and Brent Myers lead with injected funds over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy Shrank with 5 hooks to go. In CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, Mason Theobald won his storied family's first ever BG ring with Wicked. The McDonald-Richardson partnership on Suffering Sanity now holds the division lead, heading to the Canton closeout. In 4-wheel drive, of the 32 rings thus far awarded, Jim and Paul Holman have won 10. Their foreplay was second to Mason Brizanine's Cut Loose on Thursday and won it all on Saturday. Meanwhile, Mark Mangan's advantage with the Outlaw has swelled to an insurmountable 30 points, and he'll earn his 2nd title in Wauseon. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine will have a gemstone to polish after a 5th to Cody Hastings Against the Grain and a 2nd to Jonathan Wascov's Coal Mine Express. They'll settle it all on Sandwich's Thursday truck night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, the drivers wanted Peterbilt of R.J. Simon overcame a 5-point deficit to Brian Elthorpe's 2-time champ Nicky's Nightmare to win his 1st truck title and earn a sweep for the ring. In Modified Mini, Ken Veeney drew ever closer to Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity with double wins aboard Fun Little Farmall. They'll finish it off across 2 One Hook Friday events in Wellington and Wauseon. In GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified, rookie Johnny Payne piloted Limitless to a 2nd and a 1st for the best weekend average and the ring to go with it. But R.J. Simon won the war with Simon Says for his 1st Modified division title. In Modified, RJ's brother Brandon got his own sweep with a 4-engine edition of Simon Says. With that, the defending champ trimmed several points off the margin of season-long leader Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, after Joe Ader dominated the Thursday opener, he had to park his Emax for repairs. That swung the door wide open for Ricky Rose and Giddy Up to get a Saturday night win and Rose's 2nd overall ring. Ader's scratch also let Adam Bowers cross-threaded back into the race with only Wellington remaining. Speaking of which, here comes the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, Ohio on August 23rd. Full Pole.live for the cast in an early 6 p.m. start. Before then, it's Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday and Hicksville, Ohio on Thursday in Region 2. And afterward, it's Wyowega, Wisconsin on Saturday in Terramax Region 3. NTPAPULL.com for all you need to know. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Up to speed now. What were we talking about just last hour? I said something along the lines that every time the government gets involved, if things turn into a boondoggle, and all too often they begin talking about the unintended consequences. I don't think it gets any bigger than this. Yeah, get a load of this. Information beginning to trickle out about sales requirements for commercial truck dealers in California, thanks to CARB, that will soon extend to other states that are committed to implementing the California Air Resources Board's Advanced Clean Trucks Act, or the Low NOx Omnibus regulations. The complexity is staggering, they say. The restrictions and oversight of CARB's regulations that were put on truck dealers are unprecedented. They have not outlawed internal combustion engines yet. That's coming in 2036. But beginning in January, coming up in just here a few months, January of 2025, 5 more states, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Oregon, and Washington, will be subject to the zero-emission vehicle sales and delivery requirements that the California dealers faced under the ACT rule all year, while also experiencing the limitations on internal combustion engine sales that come with the regulations. The act of selling trucks in those 5 states come January is about to fundamentally change. California dealers are doing their part to warn their out-of-state contemporaries, the old be careful of what you wish for. And I quote, start preparing your customers now, because when it comes, it will be a shock, says the owner of Sacramento-headquartered Riverview International Trucks. Everything changes. On January 1, CARB officially implemented its advanced clean trucks and low NOx omnibus rules onto its trucking industry. Now, the ACT rule was created to drive the adoption of zero-emission vehicles in that state and requires commercial truck OEMs to produce and deliver for sale an increasing percentage of zero-emission vehicles every year over the next dozen years until they hit that 100% mark in 2036. The omnibus rule targets emissions and requires engine manufacturers to lower the NOx levels to 0.05 HP per hour and particulate matters down to a minuscule amount for 2024 model year engines, or use previously acquired emission credits for engines that approach but do not meet the standard. Now, that rule's final destination has garnered the most headlines, but it's been the omnibus rule that has proven to be the most arduous, at least for California dealers to date. Now, let me share with you what's coming out. What brought me to research that was the memo from Ballard Truck Centers in the state of Massachusetts. I wanted to double check to make sure this was not sort of some fictitious Facebook post dated August 15. Ballard Truck Centers says, we are writing to inform our customers of some impending changes in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that will negatively affect everyone involved in the trucking industry. As of January 1, 2025, Massachusetts will be adopting the CARB low NOx omnibus rule, which we just confirmed that from the other story, which addresses emissions from diesel trucks. At the same time, the CARB Act, the Advanced Clean Truck Regulation, will also be adopted, which requires increasing percentages of the sale of zero-emission vehicles. The only zero-emission vehicles available to replace a diesel truck is a battery electric vehicle. Both regulations will have a devastating impact on truck dealers, our customers, and the Commonwealth. Ballard has been making every effort to sell battery electric vehicles over the last several years. We have sold 6 since 2022. All of them have been sold into refuse application, garbage trucks. No other truck dealer in the state has sold as many. Despite our efforts and the efforts of the OEMs, it is apparent that achieving the ratios necessary to meet these omnibus and ACT rules in 2025 is unattainable for all truck OEMs and dealers. This rule is not specific to Mack, Volvo, Isuzu, or Hino, which we represent, but it applies to all manufacturers. Now, in big, bold print, as a result, we will not be allowed to sell or lease a diesel truck built after December 31 of 2024 to any customer that plans to register it in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in 2025. we will be forced to sell vehicles in other states or not sell them at all. The financial impact on our employees, our company, our customers, and the Commonwealth will be massive. Over the last 5 years, heavy-duty registrations in Massachusetts have averaged 875 per year. Medium-duty registrations have averaged 670 per year. Assuming the average cost of a heavy-duty truck at $175,000, average cost of a medium-duty truck at $110,000, this adds up to over $225 million in sales. The impact to the Commonwealth would be a loss of over $14 million in state sales tax revenue, not to mention excise taxes and registration fees. These impending rules will have the opposite of the effect desired. Our customers will be forced to keep their current trucks on the road rather than replacing them with cleaner, safer, new vehicles. The Trucking Association of Massachusetts is currently lobbying the State House to alter these regulations. We are reaching out to our senators and representatives as well. We strongly encourage all of you to join us by contacting your legislators and asking for change. As an industry, trucking will be drastically impacted if these regulations ultimately go into effect. Now, as we said, it's already dramatically impacted. California's leading the way. These next 5 states joining us. So this is going to be shutting down truck dealerships. If you own a trucking operation in Massachusetts, you're not going to be able to buy a damn truck that's internal combustion engine in that state. You'll have to go elsewhere to buy it. And incrementally, I mean, this is what's being pushed down the throat. The ultimate goal is they want them to be forced to sell battery electric vehicles. Now, they've only sold that dealership, who said they've sold more than any other dealer in the state, 6 vehicles in 2 years' time. The interest is not there. This is going to be shutting down trucking operations, trucking dealerships and sales. Well, starting in those 5 states plus California, who else wants to jump on the bandwagon? Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me quickly flip back over to the state of California, where they've been dealing with this all in 2024. Now, all these other states are just about to get the same rude awakening. They spoke to one of the truck dealers in California. Bassett says his business, which mostly sells to small and medium-sized carriers, agriculture customers, government and municipality fleets, has effectively been removed from the sleeper and day cab sales business this year. Bassett says International relies on the Cummins X15 engine to support the market, and he was allocated so few units that he sold out in 30 days. Now, he says he knows he could sell more units. He has long-standing customers regularly coming in to place orders, and I got to tell him there's no build spots left. And after 3 years on allocation due to supply chain and production delays, he said their responses vary from confusion and bewilderment to frustration and anger. They come in, we tell them, and they think we're lying to them. And we've been telling them for a while. Now they're getting the same story from everybody, and they don't like the message. The consistent message is beginning to hamper demand as well. He said, my assessment is the general truck sales climate is frosted over. I've talked to a lot of other dealers, and they're saying the same, according to another California dealer. Between the regulations and the upcoming election, there is a tightrope around sales in California right now. Affinity Truck Center's president, Kim Mesfin, is seeing the same thing in her business, with customers unaware of the regulations applying to them. She said, I'm buying last year's trucks from other dealers and selling them. I've not sold one 2025 model year legacy truck into California because we have been unable to sell an electric truck. Not a one. Not in California or into one of the 49 other states. The 44 trucks I received are sitting in the yard. California dealers say they're hopeful demand will rise post-election, and rising freight is a positive, but the ongoing restrictions on the internal combustion engine, the availability, make it hard to know when a true upturn might arrive. With so many customers still unaware of the sales restrictions, we hit them right in the face with a line drive every time. They have no idea. The dealers on backgrounds, it's hard to predict how the buyers are going to alter their purchasing decisions as we move forward. Bassett says he's pushed International and Cummins to get access to more engines without success. Cummins is saying they're meeting demand, but how can we create demand if we can't take orders? Now, they did say away from the sleeper market, the story is a bit less catastrophic, but equally confusing for the dealers because CARB's rules designate units into categories for Class 7 and 8 tractors with a fifth wheel, the Class 4 and 8 trucks without one. He's been able to place more orders for Class 8 chassis, straight trucks, and medium-duty units, but those sales also have stipulations because of the ACT's zero-emission vehicle sales requirement. Bassett said this year he's required to sell and deliver one zero-emission vehicle unit to earn 10 internal combustion engine order slots. So in other words, if you don't sell the battery electric vehicles, you don't get access to the internal combustion engine. Now, this all sounds like absolute insanity, but that's the reality. And wake-up call coming to 5 states, January 1 of 25. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, as long as we're in California here, I'll go with this. Just a short, quick one. You're no doubt familiar with that Inside Edition program that comes on after, at least our way comes on after the evening news, and and it's not just cheesy feel-good stories that they run. There's a lot of times they are ahead of the curve on what your national and news programs I actually have, and it was the other night, and this is California-based. I don't know if it's San Francisco or San Diego. Regardless, the world of autonomous taxis. Now, there's apartment buildings around this pooling area, parking lot, where all these one company taxis, park, and there was probably the cameras from high in the buildings, the apartments, and there was probably a couple dozen or more of these taxis parked in various areas in this parking lot, parallel with each other and such. Well, you had maybe 6 or 8 other taxis that are trying to, I don't know if they're trying to find a place to park or such. Well, it looked like a bunch of ants running around from the elevation, and they're programmed to, if there's an obstruction or someone nearby or such, they'll sound their horn a little bit, just a slow, quiet toot. Well, it's not so quiet because this is 24 hours a day, and it bugged the heck out of me that, the residents of these apartments, they found it more humorous than aggravating or annoying or such, that they were kind of smiling and laughing when they were being interviewed about it. But yeah, these taxis, it's like one couldn't find a home and then the other couldn't find it, and kind of almost movements like on the old Pac-Man program or gaming or such. But there's the owners or company, they recognized there was a glitch in the system, and they reprogrammed or such.
Well, supposedly, I mean, these vehicles were programmed that when they come in contact with another, I guess they're connected or whatever, that they'll honk their horn once, and when they're backing up or whatever, if they get too close to another, then they'll honk it twice, and then it'll be a triple, like a 1, 2, 3, and they're all trying to talk to each other with their horns. But the parking lot's full, and they don't know what the hell to do. They're all just out there in the parking lot. And there's video of that. It's comical. They're all out there in the parking lot. It's beep, 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 beep. Where do I go? Hey, we're out of time. Thanks for being with us. See you back at the midnight hour. Hopefully you'll join us for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. lived in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but